Welcome, sir.
Sir, with you due permission, sir, shall we begin?
Khushi, please continue.
Okay. A very warm and energizing morning to one and all present. I, Khushi Sharma, a student at Galgotias University, welcome you all to the Forensis Agora Faculty Development Program on Interdisciplinary Research in Forensic Science, organized by Department of Forensic Science in collaboration with Forensic.INDIA Private Limited. Before everything else, let's start the event on a positive note. Our ancestors have said that preaching in the morning sets the tone of the day. So let's welcome that positivity with a shlok.
सरस्वती नमस्तोभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारंभं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा.
Thank you, Vanshika, for bringing in that magic and setting the good vibes. Moving on, today we have with us Dr. R. Venkatesh Babu, Pro Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University. Professor Babu has more than 23 years of experience in teaching, research, academics, and administration. Having done his graduation in mechanical engineering, post-graduation in computer-aided design, and doctorate in the field of IC engines. Sir has also served as an assistant director in the All India Council for Technical Education and National Board of Accreditation under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government Secretariat, when India became a full signatory of the prestigious Washington Award. He has been instrumental in partnering with leading international as a motivational speaker. He has also conducted more than 100 training programs, seminars, workshops, FDPs on personality development, communication skills, career guidance, entrepreneurship, and accreditation procedures. As a professional engineer, he's a member of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, member of the Institution of Engineering and Technology, life member of the Indian Society for Technical Education, and member of the Society of Automobile Engineers. I request sir to please kindly address the participants.
Babu sir, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, one minute. Sorry. So thank you very much for the nice introduction and a
Thank
very warm morning indeed. Getting out of the bitter cold.
So please unmute yourself.
I think someone is muting me because I've unmuted twice. Okay. Uh, Forensis Agora, the Society of Forensic Proficients, it has taken the next step and getting out of the mode of seminars and guest talks. This step in the positive direction of having a faculty development program on interdisciplinary research on forensic sciences organized by the Department of Forensic Science, SBAS, in collaboration with the Forensics.INDIA Private Limited, is indeed a nice initiative made by the School of Basic and Applied Sciences. And the chief guest for the day, we have got two luminaries, especially Mr. Maithili Sharan Gupta, the national president for who is on the mission of a crime-free Bharat. Now that name itself is quite energizing and encouraging to visualize a country wherein we have a zero crime rate. That's indeed a huge goal, and our heartiest gratitude and congratulations and our best wishes for him to achieve this mission, sir. And we also have with us Mr. Amarpal Shakreen, the Assistant Director, Forensic Science Laboratory from the Delhi government. So, inviting such illuminaries to create awareness among the students, to create awareness about the opportunities that arise in the field of forensic sciences is indeed a great initiative. And as I've always been noting, as I've always noted in many of my meetings, the School of Basic and Applied Sciences is always a very active school with the vibrant students. And this vibrancy is being made sure by the effective leadership of Professor A.K. Jain. So let me also congratulate Dr. A.K. Jain. And it is initiatives like these that create awareness among the students and even the general public. See, once the public and everyone is aware that you cannot get away after doing a wrong thing, the law will definitely catch up with you. Once that awareness comes to them, that itself, the fear of getting caught itself would prevent many crimes from being committed. So this uh, awareness of getting caught, this awareness of preventing crime is being effectively done only by the forensics unit, because not at all points can we have CCTV cameras installed, and not at all points can we have physical surveillance, which is not possible. So it is with the help of these forensic efficient or forensics people that many crimes get solved. And once the people at the general public are aware that they cannot get away after doing a crime, that itself would definitely bring down the crime rate. So, having said in that note, I wish this faculty development program a huge success, and I'm pretty sure that all our faculties from the Galgotias University as well as the outside participants will definitely reap the benefits of these 5-day programs. I wish this program all success, and on behalf of Galgotias University, I first of all thank our Chancellor, Mr. Sunil Galgotia, our CEO, Dr. Dhruv Galgotia, and our Vice Chancellor, Madam, Dr. Preeti Bajaj, for guiding us in the right direction of taking Galgotias University to the next level. So thank you very much, all of you, and I wish this program huge success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Uh, next we have a true epitome of fearlessness who strive for the stars, the tech lady and the sparkling personality, Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Galgotias University. Ma'am is an electronics engineer, graduated in 1991, postgraduate in 1998, and awarded doctorate in electronics engineering in 2004. She has also been instrumental in the design and development of ITS systems in public and private sector, like toll collection, toll audit, highway traffic management system, and AITS by applying soft or hybrid computing, intelligent systems, and applications of fuzzy logic in ITS. She is presently engaged in the application of AI in healthcare, precision, agriculture, and intelligent transportation. She is the founder general chair of ICE-TET series of 8 IEEE conferences. She has vast experience in handling autonomous institutions, NVA, and NAP. She is also being recognized as resource person by National Board of Accreditation for creating awareness of outcome-based education and OBA, and also is ex-member of General Council of NBA. I now request our beloved Vice Chancellor, ma'am, to please share the welcome address for the day.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
So,
Madam, we are waiting for your blessings for the conference.
okay. I'm so sorry. So, convener of the FDP, Dr. Arvind Jain, Dean SBAs and DSW, Organizing Secretary of FDP, Dr. Rajiv and Mrs. Vinny. It's at the outset, congratulations for organizing FDP, and which is second in, I think, first FDP of this session, but lot of activities if I see. So 2 workshops or 3 workshops, 2 seminars, and then this SDP. So great going SBAs. I'm very happy to be part of this 1 week's FDP, which is being organized by the Department of Forensic Science. Lot of work which is going on in the forensic science as of today. And probably it is one of when the whole world is going digital. So then when whole the world is going digital, then these workshops are very, very important, which will give experience and learning for all those who are working in this domain, to know the cybersecurity, the issues which comes across every day, with the legal team, with the police department, which day on day today activities in the campus and otherwise, and especially lot of research is going on. Probably this field is the most dynamic field, I would say, as on today. because of the kind of digitization is going on every minute, every second, and with new innovations and happening in the field. So more we are active on the internet, more we are active into digital world, more innovations are coming up and more innovations are needed as well in this field. Thank you so much, Matherishan Gupta sir, for joining this and giving you a banner as well for this workshop. We are really honored to have the association with the department from the government of Madhya Pradesh. With this, I would say appeal to the organizers after completion of this FDP. Please submit a comprehensive report which would indicate and which would be a milestone and which will be a reference document for the department, for your students and for faculties, wherein lot of whatever outcomes of every session which all your esteemed speakers are going to cover, those can be referred in future, and that would be a foundation for the new research in the forensic domain in your school. So with this, once again, congratulations to the leader and his team for carrying out all outreach activities for the beneficiary for the students and staff and the whole society, in fact. Once again, congratulations and thank you for having me, and regret for the delay which happened because of some operational difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. P.K. Sharma, Pro Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University. His past positions include Director, University Institute of Pharmacy, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. Sir has also served at various private and government institutes such as MD University, Rohtak, KIET, MIET at director level, and have developed various pharmacy institutes from scratch to Zenith. He has published 282 international research papers, 100 national research papers, and 70 abstracts, along with having 6 granted and 28 published patents. He has provided research guidance to 160 M.Pharma and 17 PhD projects. He's also the author of 10 books with 6 books chapters. Sir, I would like to request you to please address the audience.
Sharma sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Honorable Shri Matherishan Gupta sir, National President, Crime Free Bharat Mission, and former DGP, Police Reforms, Madhya Pradesh. Shri Amarpal Shokin sir, Assistant Director, Chemistry, Forensic Science Laboratory, Delhi Government. Dr. A.K. Jain sir, Dean, School of Basic and Allied Sciences, and our Dean Student Welfare, and the leader in science and all these outreach activities of the university. Dr. Vinny, Dr. Rajiv, for organizing this forensic science Agora, it's a seminar. I am thankful to you, Dr. Jain, that you had arranged the interdisciplinary seminar, which is taking an umbrella under the forensic sciences, and it is showing that forensic science is not separate, and we all are as joined hands under the umbrella of forensic science. We are also thankful to Honorable Gupta sir that he spared his valuable time and given his logo also that will grace this occasion, and students and we faculty members are obliged to you, Gupta sir, for your blessings. Further, I'll say Dr. Jain always take leads in such type of activities wherever the improvement of the students or faculty can take place. So we are thankful to you, Dr. Jain, for taking this initiative of FDP in Galgotias University. I'm sure this will enhance the faculty resource, and they will be taking a broader idea about the forensic science, and they will not be limited only to the one part of this. Further, I'm also thankful to Mr. Shokin, who is also sparing available, giving his words to this Agora. Once again, thank you to all of you, and thanks a lot for inviting me to this. And I'll say that this will go a long way. And as our Honorable Vice Chancellor has told, that this is the first FDP, naturally it will start the ignition and other schools will also come up. With these words, thank you once again. Thank you to all of you, and special thanks to Dr. Nikita. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We also have with us today Professor Dr. A.K. Jain, Dean School of Basic and Applied Sciences, Galgotias University. Sir has been associated with the Galgotias University since 2011. His teaching experience is of more than 16 years, and his industry experience is of 3 years. He is also a professor of chemistry. He has done his MPhil in Industrial Method of Chemistry and PhD from IIT Roorkee in chemistry, and is a postdoctorate from ICMCB, France. His areas of research includes nanotechnology, photochemistry of semiconductors, carbon nanotube functionalization, and device fabrication. Also, ZNO synthesis and application in sensing devices. He has been awarded with the DST grant for his research work. He has, to his credit, 5 patents and more than 50 research publications in national and international journals. He has guided 3 PhD students and is currently guiding 8 scholars along with many MSc students. He has been invited as keynote speaker, guest speaker in various national and international conferences. I request sir to please address the audience with the program details.
Thank you, Khushi, for inviting me. Just some echo is there. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Khushi, for inviting me. I'm very thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.T. Bajaj, who gave us immediate permission to organize this FDP when my team approached her that we will going to organize this interdisciplinary FDP in forensic science. My Pro Vice Chancellors, Professor Venkatesh Babu and Professor P.K. Sharma, will give their full support in this motive. And Professor Sharma is also one of the key speakers with us. I welcome Shri Mathishan Gupta ji, former DGP Madhya Pradesh, and is working for crime-free India. Actually, forensic science play an important role in removing the crime, because once you give the proper evidence to the forensic, then only you can do the convictions. And in this case, proper training to the police officers and law agencies in the forensic is very, very important. I'm also welcome Shri Amarpal Shokin ji from the Forensic Laboratory, Assistant Director. These forensic labs playing very, very important role in providing concrete evidence in the court of law, and that make people convicted when they did the crime, and in many cases when evidence prove that somebody is falsely convicted. So in these cases, forensic play a very important role. So we organize this workshop, this FDP, to keep in mind that various disciplines come together and share their ideas, how we can go ahead in the forensic science. And I'm very happy to share with you all that we have 3 speakers, one from South Africa, one from Brazil, one from US, along with many internal speakers. And they are from different backgrounds. This will help us to take lead in this direction and share our ideas with each other, that what we can do. Our faculties and other people are eagerly waiting to listen. Madison Gupta ji and Shaukin sir. So I am not be in between them. I just welcome you all, especially Gupta sir and Shaukin sir, in this FDV program from the Department of Forensic Science, School of Basic Applied Sciences. On my personal behalf and on the behalf of Galgotia University, I'm also thankful to our Chancellor, Sri Sunil Galgotia ji, our CEO, Sri Dhuru Galgotia ji, who is always motivate all the departments to go for such kind of academic activity. Without their motivation, this kind of activity will not be possible. Thank you very much to all of you for participating in this. Thank you, Khushi.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, next we have a guest of honor for the event, Mr. Amarpal Shaukin, Assistant Government Secretary in 1994 as a scientific assistant. He did his bachelor's in chemistry, botany, agrochemicals, and pest control from Delhi University. Sir has also done LLB from Delhi University. He completed his master's in forensic science from Dr. H.S. Gaur University in Sagar, and has examined and reported approximately 5,000 cases and over 15,000 exhibits. Sir has received first prize of Dr. P.D. Sethi Memorial Annual Award 2017 for separation and forensic identification of drugs. He has published 12 research papers till date. Sir has also delivered numerous lectures and imparted institutions. I heartily please address the audience.
Hello. Thanks, Kusi, for introducing me in this way. And I am highly thankful to the Galgotia University for inviting me and offering me a good platform to meet all the young and experienced scientists, as well as senior police officer and from industry as well. So I am getting a good platform from where we can discuss the forensics and the new challenges in the field and the future perspective. So Today, I am highly thankful the organizing committee, Honorable Chancellor Saab, Honorable CEO Saab, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Arvind Kumar Jain sir, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, and Mrs. Vinny Sharma, Assistant Professor, and other members of the committee who are organizing this, the Forensic Agora. I'm not aware about the Agora word, but it's making me a very happy. Forensis Agora. So, respected Gupta sir and other participants, I would like to present my PPT which I have prepared for this session. I hope you will enjoy and you will see the new challenges which we are going to face in the coming period or coming era. So, and we have to develop the new technology accordingly. So I would like to share my PPT. So today topic is for this platform is the challenges in forensic and requirements. So first of all, let me introduce you that what is the science, what is the technology, and what is forensic science. The science serves two functions: to know the things and to do the things. And the technology, knowledge gained through science, then applied by means of tools and techniques, and then comes forensic science. The use of science and technology in the investigation of the crime constitutes a new branch of science, that is forensic science, or we also call it criminalistics. So what is forensic science? Although there is no need to explain what is forensic science to the departments and to the dignitaries and the participants, but let us have a close look at this, the definition. What is forensic science? The forensic science, also known as criminalistics, is a body of knowledge concerned with the recognition, collection, identification, individualization, and evaluation of physical evidence using the techniques of natural sciences in the investigation of crime. So what is the role and objective of forensic science? The first objective is identification. The second is comparison. And the third one is the reconstruction. There are the principles of forensic science which governs the forensic science. The laws and principles of all the natural sciences are the basis of the forensic science. In addition, forensic science draws its strength from the following 5 fundamental principles. The first law is law of individuality. Every object, natural or man-made, has an individuality which is not duplicated in any other object. The second law is Locard's principle of exchange. Any contact exchange traces. In accordance with this principle, which was first enunciated by the French scientist Edmond Locard, a mutual exchange of traces takes place between the criminal, the victim, and other objects involved in the crime. These traces help linking them with each other. Law of progressive change. Everything changes with the passage of time. The scene of the crime, as well as any object involved in the crime, undergo rapid changes with the time. Longer the delay in examining them, dimmer would be the chances of linking them with the crime in the question. Principle of comparison. Only the like can be compared. This principle stresses the necessity of collecting like samples or specimens for comparison with the questioned item. For instance, if a questioned writing is written with a ball pen, comparing it with a sample written with a fountain pen would be futile. Principle of analysis. The analysis can be no better than the sample analyzed. This principle emphasizes the need for correct sampling and the correct packing of clue materials. Improper sampling and contamination render the best analysis useless. The scope of forensic science. Forensic science is a multidisciplinary subject and covers almost all the disciplines of basic science. However, at present, following divisions department exist in a modern forensic laboratory. Forensic science covers forensic chemistry, forensic document examination, forensic explosives, forensic narcotics, forensic physics, forensic toxicology, forensic psychology, forensic photography, forensic fingerprinting, forensic DNA fingerprinting, and the computer forensics, and the forensic biology, forensic ballistics, and recently a new topic is also emerging, the forensic accounting. Next. The legal perspective or challenges. Indian Evidence Act deals with the evidence. Section 45 provides for testimony of experts or define who is an expert. 46 deals with the facts bearing on the opinion of the expert. Section 51 further provides for the relevancy of the grounds of expert opinion. However, when it comes to expert opinion, the experts are only entitled to answer questions pertaining to the facts and circumstances of the case. The Fry standard was used in federal courts for many years and stated that scientific evidence was only admissible if it was widely accepted by the scientific community. The Fry and Daubert law. The Fry test required the court to determine whether the scientific technique in question is generally accepted or not. The Daubert test, on the other hand, mandates the judges to rule on the validity of the scientific theory or technology. Daubert law. In 1993, landmark case Daubert versus Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals, a more flexible approach was given to the reliability of scientific evidence to resolve the discrepancy that existed between the generally accepted standards and the federal rules of evidence. The rule is the judge plays the role of a gatekeeper and must ensure that the scientific evidence admitted must not only be relevant, but also reliable. What is admitted as scientific evidence as per Daubert law? what is to be admitted as scientific evidence. In the Dovert case, the court defined scientific evidence knowledge as that which is based on scientific methods and methodology. The court used several factors: empirical testing, peer review, standards and controls, and known error rate. The person testifying must be an expert by virtue of their first, rigorous training; second, education. The expert should have a deep knowledge of his or her subject, thorough knowledge, as well as the law. And the third is the experience in analyzing the exhibits. The evidence presented must be based on scientific methods. Now I will draw your kind attentions to the challenges faced by the forensic scientist as well as police. First of all, from chemistry point of view, it is the identification of a substance. Identification of cocaine, heroin, lysergide diethylamide, LSD, morphine, or any other type of drugs to meet the legal requirement for classification as a controlled substance. The identification of these substance provide a lead or the information next, please. In Narcotics and Psychotropic Substance Act, recently there was a decision by the Bombay High Court. Bombay High Court recently ruled that the weight of paper used to carry LSD, lysergic acid diethylamide drops, cannot be counted while ascertaining the quantity of the contraband material. If it is small, intermediate, or commercial, as prescribed in the Narcotics, Drugs, and the Psychotropic Substance Act 1985. The court held that the process of drying LSD solution on a piece of paper merely facilitates consumption of drug and does not change the substance of drug or its chemical composition. So there is a challenge to the forensic scientist. Now they have to extract this LSD, and which is present on the paper in very, very low quantity, and then analyze on the sophisticated instruments and reports and report for future conviction. These are the stamps which are used for putting the drops of the LSD. Next. So, under Narcotics and Psychotropic Substance Act, so there is a problem that the people are growing the beautiful flower of garden poppy, or they might be not knowing this thing that they might grow the opium poppy. So these are the beautiful flowers or the fruit and the doda of the opium poppy. Next. So garden poppy and the commercial poppy means Papaver somniferum, the garden poppy. A gardener with the North NDMC was arrested on April 10 from the Sri Ram Vatika, North MCD Park, where he was posted for the past 3 years. The CBN told this Narcotic Control Bureau told the court they have seized opium poppy plants cultivated in an area of 0.075 hectare inside the park. The Bureau also informed the court that the Kumar admitted that he was cultivating opium for the past 3 years on the instructions of the park's caretaker. Dear friend, the police came to me after taking the plants from that park to show me that whether it is opium poppy or something else. After examining it, I said that this is the role related to the opium poppy. This is the family somniferum, or might be some garden poppy. But the police was not able to register the case, but after 1 or 2 days later on, this Narcotic Control Bureau registered a case against this gardener. So the new problems are coming up in the case of in the field of cannabis or related to the cannabis. The country Canada has used the cannabis for recreational use. And India, some people are also trying to grow in the Uttaranchal and somewhere else for the commercial purposes. They are taking out the individual cannabinoid compounds and are putting and are mixing with the pharmaceutical preparations, and legally or illegally, I don't know. I think they are mixing the cannabinoids illegally and the synthetic cannabinoids. So this hookah bazaar, pubs, hookah pubs, they are giving, they are mixing the various chemicals for smoking. So there is a strong need to do research in this field also. So that now the DNA, the most important evidence. So recently the bill, I think the bill has not been passed yet. And the DNA technology use and application regulation bill 2018 is still pending in the Rajya Sabha or the Lok Sabha. The DNA technology regulation bill will regulate the DNA technology for the purposes of establishing the identity of certain categories of persons, including the victim, offenders, suspects under trials, missing persons, and unknown disease persons. Now, recently I have read an article that man has made a factory meat by the cells of that species. So these man-made meat will also pose a challenge in the investigation. The next is the facial recognition. Nowadays, the police is taking help of CCTV cameras to identify the culprits. Recently in Kisan Andolan, police is still recognizing, finding out the culprit. So the forensic face recognition techniques must be able to handle facial images captured under non-ideal conditions. So improvement in forensic face recognition through research in facial aging, facial marks, forensic sketch recognition, face recognition in video, near infrared face recognition, and use of software biometrics, as well as superimposition techniques. Now, another challenging field is the cryptocurrencies. The challenges in the investigations, evidencing, and prosecuting organized cyber criminals for the crimes committed using cryptocurrencies, such as Bitcoin. So recently, the Bitcoin is used as a bribe for releasing the accused by MP police officers, and the investigation is still going on. So another new fields, Internets of Things, advancement in hardware and information technology, transferring data over a network without requiring any kind of human to whom computer or human to human interaction, brings reliability and convenience to the consumer, but also opens a new world of opportunity for intruders and introduce a whole set of unique and complicated questions to the field of digital forensics. Now, the cases of data theft is increasing day by day. The cloud computing is arguably one of the most significant advances in the IT service today. Several cloud services providers have offered services that have produced various transformative changes in computing activities and presented numerous promising technological and economical opportunity. And recently, in smart vehicle forensics, nowadays, the manufacturers companies are providing the details of the vehicle in the digital information. So these modern day cars, particularly smart or driverless cars, stores a wealth of digital information, such as recent destinations, favorite locations, routes, and personal data, car logs, contact list, SMS messages, pictures, and recently I came to know that recently one person bought a car and showing in the speedometer as 00 as mileage, but when he checked the digital data, he found that the car was already having the 20,000 kilometers as a mileage. So there is a need now. We have to develop some techniques in this field also. So the nanomaterial, so new nanomaterials are coming up in every products. The companies are mixing or are producing new products based on the nanomaterials. Dear friend, Jensar is here, who is having a background of nanotechnology, vast. He has a vast experience in the field. Little bit, I have a little bit because I'm doing my PhD in nanotechnology. So the energy level of a nanomaterial is changed totally, is totally changed, totally different from the normal material. So dear friends, we have to find new techniques to identify the nanomaterials in the products or the exhibits which are found, which are detected at the scene of crime. So dear friends, now there is a ban on the conventional crackers, and earlier the factories were making these crackers on the base of different pyrotechnics chemicals and gunpowder as well as, but keeping in the environment pollution and the pollution, the Supreme Court has recently ruled that no, you have to produce now as a green crackers, which produce less gases to save the population. So there is a strong need to find out the new techniques and new methods for to detect these, whether the cracker is a conventional cracker or a green cracker. Now there is adulteration going on in the gold, and the adulteration is done by the iridium, and it settles somewhere in the gold, and it is not detected by the techniques. There are the strong need to develop the techniques which can identify the adulteration in the gold. So these are the new chemicals related of organophosphorus compounds, and the novichoks are the new compounds recently developed by the Russians. And the unrest is going on. Recently, unrest is going on in the Russia, and the opposition leader Navalny was poisoned by the a Russian agency. And the one scientist of Indian scientist has said that I have been poisoned by the arsenic trioxides, and the matter is related to the II set, which I am developing. So, dear friends, I have discussed some of the challenges which are coming up, and so there is now there is a strong need to find out the solution or new methods, new techniques to detect or to find out the new evidences having different materials. So requirements, what is the requirement? There is a strong need to understand the requirements of a particular law for better understanding of its requirement. The expert has to understand, first of all, the definition mentioned in the law, what is the requirement, how to analyze, what to do, what is the requirement of the law. We have to understand it first of all. And then we have to apply the techniques, standard techniques. Then second thing is the research and the development of new validation methods in the emerging fields. The effort should be made on the development of cost-effective methods, especially in DNA technology. The forensic scientists and the students should have thorough and deep knowledge of their respective field. The scientists should be aware of or use well-known and tested tools and techniques. Describe exactly what tools, instrument or techniques has been or have been used in the report, method applied, and what the results were. The report should be thorough enough that any competent forensic examiner can take your report and duplicate your test. Use citations. Opposing side will disagree with your findings. If one claims that a particular technique is valid, cite studies, textbooks, papers that support that statement. So, dear friends, there is a strong need to do more and more research, or we have to find out the research which is going on the different fields, and we have to utilize that research for the better development of the requirement of forensics or the law. Thank you. Thanks a lot, dear friends, for providing me such a platform for today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, I would like to introduce our chief guest for the event, Mr. Maithili Sharan Gupta, National President, Crime Free Branch Mission and former DGP, Madhya Pradesh. Sir is an IPS officer of the 1984 batch of Madhya Pradesh cadre. Sir is currently appointed as Special DG Police Reform, Madhya Pradesh. He is a MTech in Industrial Engineering from IIT Delhi and is skilled in Operations Management, Analytical Skills, and Team Building. Sir has a special interest in automation and innovation, which is clearly reflected in the current projects he's heading. He is currently heading Automated Investigation Support System with the use of 21 technologies to pave way to crime-free India, empowering railway passengers through integrated All India GRB Health App Suite, State Disaster Command, Response and Monitoring System to create disaster-capable and resilient India, using predictive, proactive warning system, mobilizing of local resources. Shifting population under risk to safer location using period for infotainment and capacity building. Automated data, information, and documents requisitioning and assimilation systems are a few to mention. It's an honor, sir, to have you today with us. I would like to request Maithili sir to please address the audience. So kindly please unmute.
Yeah, thank you very much for such a elaborate introduction. And I feel probably I would like to thank Galgotia University for having invited me to join this important forum and to, participate in this Agora, which is basically very close to my heart of crime-free Bharat. To begin with, Honorable Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor of Galgotia University, Dr. Venkatesh.
So
Am I
please
audible?
unmute yourself.
Yeah, I have unmuted. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. No.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, whether you could hear anything or you couldn't hear anything? Whatever I have spoken, could you hear that?
So we were able to, it was just mute for a second. Yes, sir, we could. We were able to hear you before.
So thank you very much for having invited for this session. Probably I am having many things to share with all you, and probably that might set tone for how the forensics should move forward, because I find a lot of problems, and with my vast experience of the policing, including 6.5 years as a DGP, probably in the different domain as a DG Railway, Madhya Pradesh, DG Home Guards, Civil Defense and Disaster Management, and DG Police Reform. First of all, we would not be doing a right kind of analysis unless we are aware of what kind of the problem is being faced on ground by the forensic scientists, by the people at large, by the investigator, and including their emotional and related things. So things have to be understood in a totality, and we have to really devise solution to make it happen. Because whatever we are taking it from outside India, from abroad, their problem is very minuscule if we compare them with Indian problems. So their solution is almost failure in India. Their machinery, which is capable of doing some tests, few tests, that is also not really good enough to resolve our problem. So we have to really go in a very big way to remodel our research development, remodel our way of reaction. We have to devise our own way, our own model, our own methodology. I am of the very considered view, the present way of handling crime, present way of providing forensic assistance there's a lot of gaps, and whatever we are doing little bit here and there, that is not going to solve our problem. So the first problem which had been brought to my notice by forensic students, when they said that though there are 82, more than 82 universities are there and institutes are there who are offering a specialized subject, specialized topics on forensic science. But recruitment rule of FSL and senior scientific officer and scientific officer, it is basically not revised. So still they are taking people from basic science. It is something like, we are having that expert MDs and DMs, still we are going for MBBS because the recruitment rule provides for the MBBS. It's something like that. So the first and foremost, then it was really brought to the notice of the concerned quarter. If formal letter has gone from MHA, and various states, they are in the process of revising their recruitment rule. I am very sure in times to come, within few months, the recruitment rule would be revised across India, and the forensic scientists, they will be having better opportunity to deliver things. But I am having something else to really offer, because I feel there is not really a question of going for forensic scientists on the government approved list. Rather, I would like to have the thousands and lakhs of forensic scientists, senior experts, who should act as a freelance. And the thing should be now more system oriented, more procedure oriented, rather than by the whimsical approach adopted by anybody. I mean, whether it is IO or the senior functionary of the police department. So many states are not having fully developed organizational structure to provide field support in to the IOs. However, Madhya Pradesh is lucky because it is having a fully elaborate system. It is having all branches of FSL. It is having the specialization also. We are having DNA laboratories. We are having the regional DNA laboratories also. And all districts, they are having mobile forensic unit. They are having SSO and SOs also. But this is the positive side of the story. I will come and I will tell about the negative side of the story as well. The biggest problem with the forensic scientists, they themselves are really not excelling themselves. So they are not enjoying kind of high self-esteem, kind of high confidence level. And they are generally browbeaten by the people in police hierarchy, including investigating officers. That is not really the right interaction, right correlation with the forensic scientist. There's a lack of faith and a lack of support from senior police functionaries. Forensic scientists are being viewed by many police officers as they are interfering with their discretion. And basically their latitude and their freedom to implicate or absolve somebody under dictate of someone is getting minimized. And somewhere the rent-seeking behavior is also getting affected. So many of IOs, they are not really very kind to forensic supports, which is very readily available to them. And they try to avoid taking help from scientists unless the direction is being issued by the senior police officer, or if the FC, SP, or DIG or IG, they are very proactive and they are highly inclined in favor of the forensic science related and based in investigation. There is a lack of professionalism. Samples are not being collected properly. Circumstantial evidences which are required to cross-verify. Say, if you see any, say, now let's compare forensic science like a pathological laboratories. So pathological laboratory, after doing the test, they will invariably will put a line. It may be, please be verified with the clinical observations. So it means it is having the two aspects. Number one, what the laboratories, what are the tests are saying, and what are the corroboratory evidence from the grounds are available. Unfortunately, those corroboratory circumstantial evidences from the grounds, they are not properly collected. There's a lack of protocols. There are a lack of standard operating process. People are just going in many cases by their wisdom, by their experiences, but less of the things are being codified. Rather, it is a highly specialized subject, and this kind of lack of standardization cannot and should not be tolerated. As I said in beginning, that majority of the machines, whether it's a DNA or others, they are being imported. They are very costly. They are having very limited capacity, and their results have not been really verified in Indian context. So we need to have our own research and development. We have to really do the lot of process re-engineering And this kind of the limited testing has to be converted into the mass testing. And lot many concepts which I will be elaborating later on need to be incorporated. There are other issues. So not collecting sample properly, missing out lot many things. My friend, he has gone in great detail and giving the details, the 5 principles, but those principles and evidences are not meticulously collected by the investigator. And so because of that very reason, there's a issue. The police not properly collecting it, not properly sealing it, taking it to the Thana. It is lying in Thana for a very long time. Whenever there's a supervisory reminder, then it is sent to FSL or testing laboratories, where in 80 to 90% cases, it is declared that it is not fit for testing. That kind of the situation would not happen if we directly from a spot, it should be sent to the FSL level. So if we are having subsidiary services, may not be necessarily coming from SSO or SO. They may come from the private sector. They may come through the startup, and there will be strong performance appraisal and grading system. Probably that will create more jobs, that will create more expertise, that will create, and at the same time, it will not allow the deviation, because each and every case will be, there will be performance evaluation, there will be grading, and then there will be a CGPS kind of things where the integrated proficiency or efficiency index would be calculated. And the payment or revenue line will be somewhere would be calculated based on the performance index. So there will be a pressure to maintain right kind of the protocols, right kind of the processes, right kind of their own standard, and there will be a lot of research-oriented work, which is at the moment is lacking. So, like I thought, we have say in crime-free Bharat, we have created one law institute, I mean draft institute, which says National Authority for Scientific and Technical Assistance in Investigation and Detection of Crime. And it's the basic purpose is to provide scientific and technical assistance to the investigator. And it is a part of legal and constitutional responsibility of the central government. And whatever is the constitutional responsibility, it cannot be discretion of anybody else. So, and at the same time, now there's a concern about the privacy. So this, one of the important purpose of this national authority to really guarantee right to the privacy. So right to privacy, which should not be for the authority. It should be in position to capture each and everything which is required for the detection and for the prevention and finally for the rehabilitation of criminals. I will say this authority should be creating a technological Chitragupt. I hope my friends, they understand Chitragupt, mythological Chitragupt. So when we die, Chitragupt during the period, he keeps details and videos of all whatever you are doing. And after your death, when you reach so there's some kind of a code system where the Chitragupt will be sharing your videos with you. And then you will be given an opportunity to react, and thereafter it will be decided what should be your fate and whether you will be getting the next worth or not. I mean, that kind of the mythological belief, there is something like a Chitragupt. Now we need to create this technological Chitragupt, who would be having every minutest details about everyone for each soul. But the detail will not be available to any third party. Only there is a deviation. It can be used in court of law for proving your guilt or innocence. So we must not use the privacy to weaken our system. Privacy should be used for guaranteeing, and privacy should be available to the people so that it should not be shared for any commercial purpose. It should not be shared with any third party. Rather, sharing with anybody who is not supposed to have that information, it would be a very, very heinous offense. It will be a cognizable offense. It will be non-bailable offense with very, very difficult bail provisions. And it would be having minimum punishment of 7 years. So the chairman of National Authority for Scientific and Technical Assistance, if he deviate and use any piece of information for the unintended purpose, the same person, chairman, would be landing himself in the jail because he violated privacy. That kind of the law we are talking. Now, when there's a digital data, there will be intruders, there are ethical hackers, there are this and that. So there is a powerful system which is catering for the physical security, and that is catering for the digital security, firewalls, encryption, this, that. Crossing that firewall and reaching to the database of the crime-free Bharat under National Authority of Scientific and Technical Assistance, under NT 65C, Schedule 7 of the Constitution, would not be doable by any hacker unless he risks his life in the jail. So there will be inbuilt log analysis. The moment any ethical hacker even attempt to enter into the system, his identity would be identified. The evidence of his entering into the system would also be identified. And this will be a very, very serious offense, as we are talking of that any insider, if he is sharing that information. So any outsider, whether he is an ethical hacker or unethical hacker, or he is a criminal or he is a non-criminal, does not matter. You are not supposed to enter inside the database of the CMB. And if you do that, you are committing a very, very serious offense. That will be again a cognizable offense, non-bailable offense, very, very difficult bail provision with minimum punishment of 7 years. And the system at the back end is capable of capturing the logs, capturing your identity, capturing the evidence of your unethical behavior, and fixing you and putting you in the jail. So no hacker, irrespective of any part of the globe, would not be in position to do it. Forget about the Bitcoin, forget about the darknet, forget about the dark web. We have to speak and we have to devise solutions with that kind of the confidence. I think we technocrat, we the forensic scientists, we the engineers, we are not devising right kind of the software and hardware solution. We should not become part of the problem, we should become part of the solution. My friend, is doable. There is a need to really do a lot of re-engineering. We have to really think of how the forensic science can play a dominant role, and all investigations should be forensic science based and supported solutions. How that can be done? How that can be done? So that can be done by modifying our responses and our behavior, our protocols, and say when an operation can be done by remotely making use of the robotics and other tools by a doctor sitting at a remote corner, maybe in the other part of the world, or under his guidance may be done by some local doctor. I think it is certainly, there is with a lesser risk, it can be done in the field of the forensic science. So there could be forensic scientists, there could be the field scientist of the forensic, there could be the freelance scientist, there could be the vehicle. Let it not be owned by the police department. So there could be one startup who will provide services of a very, very standard mobile field unit. It will be having all kind of the facility, all kind of the tools which are required for modern scientific investigation. It will have all kind of the packaging system, all kind of the resources where a very advanced packaging is possible. It will be having QR based 3 package based system where the samples will be collected and will be sent directly from there, making use the courier system, not depending on the police, so that samples collected from the scene will not be sent to Thana. It will straightway will go to testing laboratories, and there will be plethora of the laboratories. We can develop the credential modality for them. We could develop their performance and gradings, and probably there will be a lot of transparency on the other side. I will cover that in details while deliberating on that issue. So begin with, let me say that the whole thing has to be really converted into, say, forensic science related evidence collection should start much before real collection of evidence. So we should go, first first step should be to protect scene of crime. So even we can have the people after the little training, that n number of the volunteer of the CFB, which we see in future, because it is having the 5 revenue streams. So we see the whole population will be our volunteers. So the illegal people could be trained, hence the availability of the people who will be the trained volunteers to do the, say, crime scene protection. They will be having, and they can go and they can do that protection, and everything would be under the record, and they will get the detail for their services. There could be another service, photography service. It will be having the 2D photography, it will be having 3D photography, it will be having IR supported photography, UV supported photography, it will be having the drone photography, it will be having robotic photography. So we are in position to create a kind of a situation which generally happens in cricket stadium, where n number of the kind of recording is through the floating camera, fixed camera, drone camera, all those cameras. Those services would be available, and through Wi-Fi connectivity, through that, this data will directly go to the cloud, and this data will not be available to the person who is providing the service. So his job would be only to provide a quality service. He will not have the ownership on the data, and his doing the performance would also be evaluated, and the payment will be made to them on the basis of the index, performance index multiplied by whatever the fees fixed for them. So if they are having performance index 0.7, and suppose they are supposed to get, say, 5,000 rupees for that service. So instead of 5,000, it will be multiplied by index 0.7, and he will be getting only 3,500 rupees instead of 5,000 rupees. So those startup, those service provider, they will be always worried to maintain a very high level of standard, and we will not be dependent on the permanent bureaucrats, whether they may be from the forensic experts. The moment they become permanent bureaucrats, their behavior changes, they are having a lot of ego. So why we should have them on the permanent role? They should provide the services. There is a no-go to provide those services in a less transparent manner. So we can have that transparency, we can have date and time and location stamping. There will be hash value protection. Evidences captured would be sent through the blockchain technology, and it would be creating proof of chain of custody. It will be creating certificate under 65B of Evidence Act. It will be creating certificate of admissibility as per the law, so that any wrong impression should not be and need not be and could not be created in the court of law. Now, there has to be that kind of the mindset. So let's presume a situation, how I visualize that future of the science, forensic science will take place. So at the moment, I will go on the later part, that how the forensics should redesign and do the things and what kind of. Now let me look into the administrative part of it, delivery part of it, and let's change the very gamut of it. and it is doable. So I very fondly and I always say that each citizen of India is a police officer in legal term. I would like to repeat at this forum also that you are having a legal responsibility not only about the reporting of a cognizable offense, but in some cases, even intention to commit crime need to be reported under section 39 CRPC. You are a learned person. I would like that you, rather than relying on my words, I would like you to Google it and read for yourself. Do you know what this law says? So you are duty bound to, or legal duty bound to report about the commission of offense, and even in some certain cases, even intention to commit crime. And the jurisprudence had been changed for this particular section. So when you commit any other crime, in that crime, the burden of proving beyond reasonable doubt, that is on the police and prosecution. But in case of the section 39, the burden of proving innocence for not doing the lawful legally duty, that proving of innocence lies on the citizen themselves. That is the law. Now let's go to the another most important part of police, that is the arresting criminals. So my friend, each citizen of India, rather each private person, is having legal right to arrest a person in a cognizable offense, non-bailable offense. This right is there even in presence of police. So even if the police is present over there, still the private person can arrest person. And if the police officer is available over there, then that arrested criminal, arrested offender, he need to be handed over to that police officer who is present on the spot. And if no police officer is present on the spot, then he has to be taken to the nearest police station. And in both the cases, whether it is a police officer or when you reached at the police station, then in both the cases, it is not the arrest, but the police will be doing the re-arrest. So instead of arrest memo, there should be re-arrest memo. Now these nuances, unfortunately, has not been conveyed to the people. I am really failing to understand after more than 36 years of the service. Why these things are not really known to public? There are very learned people. Many of you may not be knowing these provisions. And when they are such a powerful provision where the burden of proving innocence for not doing the lawful duty also lies on the person, why this has not been exploited by the police? I very strongly feel this has not been done purposefully so that they can avoid the registration of crime. So the police is having the legal duty to, whenever any case is reported to them, to register the case under section 154(1) of CRPC. So you are having the legal duty, police is having the legal duty. The pleasure doctrine cannot and should not be there at all. My friends, I feel you must be knowing that there's a one case called Lalita Kumari versus State of UP, in which Apex Court has given 5-6 sequel judgment. And some total of that judgment is that if content of your reports is revealing that cognizable offense has been committed, then police is having no discretion but to register your offense. In certain cases, when there's some confusion whether the cognizable offense has been committed or not, police may inquire. Police will not investigate. Police can inquire and should inquire within the time frame fixed by the Apex Court that whether the cognizable offense has been committed or not. And the moment on that inquiry it comes to the conclusion that cognizable offense has taken place, police is having no discretion but to register the case. It is highly disgusting that still getting FIR registered by a private person, by a normal citizen, by an ordinary citizen is getting day by day very difficult. This is must be experience of the people at large. If it had been a, say, interactive session, probably many hands would have been raised and probably people would have been having many their own stories and stories of the kith and kin to share, where they tried their level best. They have they run from pillar to post, but still they could not get their FIR registered. We are operating in that kind of the scenario. Somewhere the political interference is there. The police which is supposed to register the offense, the people are entering into the thana, beating the police, and the cases are being registered against the police. That kind of the big police we are having. That kind of the political interference we are having. A time has come, let's establish rule of law, and forensic scientists must play a very dominant role. And I am of the strong believer, 90 or more than 99% of them, they should not be on the payroll of the government. So in beginning, I said the rules should be revised. So forensic scientists should be, that eligibility conditions should be changed. So instead of basic science, the experts for the various kind of the things should be taken, and RR rules should be, or recruitment rules should be accordingly revised, and which are already in process. And I presume that this will be done on the priority basis. I'm very sure that all states, they will be having the field support system to do that job. At the same time, I feel that future India should not be dependent on the government employee. There's 99% of them, they should be freelance journals, and there should be transparency in their process. Everything would be captured digitally. Now even the comparison where you are using your eyes, where you are using your brain, even that could be captured. And wherever we need, we can refer it to the person who is more experienced. Rather, we can devise the protocol where it may be mandatory that whatever has been captured, it will be sent to 3 senior scientists also, who may be freelance, and they may be sitting in any part of the globe, and their view would be, and their things would be taken on the almost on real-time basis. That will be absolutely unfledged, and the whole process will be acting almost on the real-time basis. And its admissibility, its credibility would be very, very high. It will be almost infallible offense and infallible evidence. And with that kind of the evidence, we would be in position to convict everybody. So we would be in position to detect 100% cases. We would be in position to convict almost 100% cases. Rather, I will say more than 100% cases. So you will be surprised how it is possible that more than 100% cases would be registered. So let me tell you, I have devised many of the methodology whereby we will be in position to map the movements and map with the crime committed, and we are in position to identify the cases which has been committed, either not reported because they were found trivial, or not registered by the police, driven by the various considerations. Even those offenses would be detected. System would be helping to get your FIR registered. System would be helping to get all kind of the evidences collected, including the forensic evidences. It will have all kind of the validation from the research people, from the higher level of the people, and they could be helped so that through the app and through the various tools and through the various IoT devices. So if they are doing something outside, even there the device could be connected to that equipment, and it will be talking to our app. So their output, what they are seeing, what they are observing, what their eyes is seeing, that can also be captured, and that will go in database. That could be used for the research. Probably, I am not finding a number of the people thinking on those lines. That is really very unfortunate. So a lot many things are missed. Lot many things are not captured by the investigator because of he is not having the right kind of skill set. He is not having the right kind of the tool to connect. So basically, there is a need of having a say photography service. So first we said there will be a vehicle, and let the vehicle should not be owned by the government. The vehicle, we should have the prescription, what kind of the field forensic vehicle should be. And there will be forensic vehicle service provider. And he will be getting the remuneration on the basis of the type of the service they are providing. And since they are the expert of the field, the obsolescence in technology will not be taking place, and it will be the duty on them to really upgrade their vehicle, provide all kind of the facility to the vehicle. Then we said there will be two kind of the forensic experts. One expert who is employed by the government, and 99% will be the freelance experts of the varying degree of the experiences, and they will be having their own grading and proficiency index, and their services will be procured in the two way. Number one, by integrating them right in the field in the investigative process, and second, when the person who may be available on the scene, he may not be of the very high level. So whatever he is capturing, he can capture in the guidance of the senior person, may be sitting in any part of the globe, and that capturing will be made available almost to him on the real-time basis. The way we are going for the 5G technology, the way we are going for the fiber optics, that will become highly doable, and present handicap which is being experienced, that will not be there on the ground. So here I would like to stress on photography. So there will be photography service. Again, it will be in the private hand, because if it is in the government hand, हमारे जो विद्वान हवलदार हैं, ASI हैं, they might keep it in their malkhana, and probably IO may not have the interest, access, or skill set to use it in the ground. And if it is taken to the ground, probably it may not be functional. So why it should be done by a government employee? Let the service should come. It will capture, and it should have the state of art service, which will be having the drone-based service, which will be having the robotic service, which will be having the manual service. It will be capturing 2D, it will be capturing 3D, it will be IR-supported photography, UV-supported photography. It will be converting the whole scene of crime into the grids, and nothing could be missed from the digital eye. The digital eye would be in position to identify object. Wherever it is unable, it will push that image to the expert, and the expert would be in position to do that. After wearing appropriate gloves, that device can be given to some robot or something like that, where very intricate pictures could be created, could be captured. You must have heard that nowadays everybody is want to give you a realistic feel. Even now, a lot many animated and other kind of experiences are available with the vendors and commercial people are implying that if a sari hai to kaisi lagegi ye, padana hai to kaisa lagega ye, right? So they are using the mannequin, and there are lot many say human body replication, maybe real or maybe digitally created. Those things need to be here. So there could be a mannequin, and if we are having any clothes of any victim, that will go on the mannequin, so that we can have the very minute observation. We can even recreate the scene of crime, so we can see that whether it is a real and original, or it has been put on it. So. Say if there's any fluid, whether it is salivation or whether it's a blood or whether it's a semen or whatever, it is not only capturing the substance, it will capture the pattern, it will capture trickling down effect. and whether it corroborates with the thesis which is available or hypothesis which is available on the scene of crime. And we can have the reconstruction of scene of crime. My friend, we cannot do it as a part. Let's come out with a holistic solution to make it happen. And I am very sure that the Galgotias University has taken the step in very right direction where this kind of the thinking should be there. We must not go for a very kind of a passive kind of the presentation where uninteresting things are being discussed. I think we should be bold enough to discuss the ground related problem. We should have this National Authority for Scientific and Technical Assistance should provide the data set for the research. If we do not want to say or the privacy issue, this we can suitably camouflage the data. So data originality will be there, but the data is coming from where and whose identity that can be camouflaged, and the pure data could be made available to our technocrats, to our scientists. And we can use the various models which are available of the artificial intelligence, of the machine learning and the deep learning. Probably we would be in position to draw inferences which human eye cannot draw, number one. Number two, wherever the human eye is superior and doing better job, let the technology will push that data to them and get their integration, get their input, so that we are benefited by the technology, we are benefited by the human intelligence also, and both best of both in an integrated format should be available for society, for nation, and for the globe. Let me tell you, there cannot be a better hub for research and development than India. Whether we are talking of capturing CCTV, whether we are talking of investigation of the crime, whether we are talking of the culture, whatever we are talking, the grand complexity which is being enjoyed by the Indian, whether it is in the form of a nature, whether it is a form of a weather, whether it is form of a say variation in herbs or crops, or that is nowhere available in other part of globe.
Sir, sorry for the interruption, but sir, we're running out of time.
No, sorry. This is very important. For that, Agora is being done, because I am setting the milestone for you. Please listen it carefully, and not only listen it, please do it. Otherwise, this exercise will become academic exercise. I will plead, don't try to tie up, say, uninteresting presentation. They have been given so much of the time, and please allow me to complete, because I want to set the tone for this Agora. Then I will tell how I can really facilitate it. So please don't remind me the time frame. I will be taking 5 minutes more. I think that could be permitted to me, because it is very vital for giving the right kind of the spirit to our scientists, to our forensic scientists. What kind of the research they should conduct. I think anyway, I have completed majority of the issues. Let me recapitulate it. So what I am saying, the present way of forensic science and its status has to be transformed. It requires total transformation, not incremental changes. India is the best suited for any kind of the research and development, irrespective of its field, and more so for the forensic science. The kind of the complexity we are having, kind of the people, kind of the modus operandi, kind of the things, that is not there in any part of the world. And we have to create a full service. So I would like to again start from, there's a need of revision of RRs. There is a need so that specialists, when we are having that MD and DMs, they are so many PhD, even Galgotias University is having the 40 PhD students, right? And there are many. So there may be in total almost 1,000 odd students, those who are doing PhD in the forensic science. It is a time that they should occupy an important place, and whatever they have done, that should be used for the betterment of the humanity, for the investigation and detection of crime. At the same time, I would like to say that our forensic scientists, they should not always look for employment. They must become the freelance experts, and n number of services should be provided, because if they have to purchase it, there will be problem of the budget, there will be problem of this and that things, and on the ground the things would not be available. So now a system has changed. Now we are in an era when there may be electricity line and electricity may be flowing off any company. We are having railway track, train may be run by anybody. So the same thing, there will be n number of the people, n number of the service provider, whether it is providing the services of a vehicle, whether it is providing services for photography, whether it's providing the services for packaging materials, whether it is question of packaging first level, second level, and third level, having the QR code based system where who is giving, what is the status, at what point it is given. We are in position to calculate that courier speed, which vehicle he might have used. We can calculate those kind of the things also, and there will be a certificate which will be giving which will be attaching the proof of chain of custody. So that proof of chain of custody would be available with the evidence, whether it is demanded by defense lawyer and court of law or not. It will be invariably be there. Sometimes defense lawyer use their that gimmick and their oratory power and their kind of the things where they create a reasonable doubt in the mind of court. Sometimes even court is influenced by the other considerations. Whatever be the reason, the fact that there's a defeat of the justice. So whether it is admissible or not, that can be created a certificate giving all logic that why it is admissible, and we can help the court to really decide about the admissibility, and the arbitrary discretion of the court will also be taken away. Now the integration of the people in say or using the expertise in collection of the not only that blood sample this that but minute traces, exchange of the Lucado principle, exchange of the analysis, everything should be integrated in the concept and the vision, and it should be integrated in the services, and specialized services need to be created, and the payment will be made on the basis of the services they are providing. So it is something like Airtel theory. Airtel they do not own the things, they own the services, and all redundancy, all obsolescence that sits on the person who provides the service provider or service who is providing the services. So here also, since developments, technology and everything is really improving at a phenomenal space, why that should sit on the government? So we can have only that what kind of the services are required, and then we should have a revenue stream or payment stream and the system so that how that payment will be made, where the performance index or its grading should always be placed there. So any payment, so fees multiplied by its performance index or grading. So the person who could not maintain their grading, either their services will not be requisitioned or they will be paid less. So it will be putting a very high degree of pressure on the service providers to maintain the very high standard of services. We have to really provide right to privacy. Raw data must not flow to court, to police. And a time has come, the crime-free Bharat, it is saying about the 5 certainty: certainty of registration of crime, certainty of detection. So system would be helping them to detect, and forensic scientists would be playing a lead role in that. And then it is saying certainty of conviction. When certainty of conviction, we are bringing element of respect to the witnesses. The requisitioning would be done, or servicing of the summons and warrant would be done through our system. So we would be doing unburdening and de-stressing of police. Police need not to be highly skilled, because the skill and the talents of n number of the people, they may be placed at the different places that will be available at the command of the IU. And IU will not have unnecessary discretion, because he has to go by the investigation lead, and system would be generating investigation lead, and raw data will not be even provided to the police. If it is evidence, it will be tagged with the certificates and it will be pushed to the court. And in future, we even intended to resolve 3.5 crore cases which are pending before the court by having out of box thinking. And we dare to say in future, there will be a court trial without visiting court. My friends, we have to work together to make it happen. I am having a roadmap. I am having a vision. I call upon Galgotia University and other university to really work with me, and I am sure we will make it happen. I wish all the best to my forensic students, forensic experts, and I call upon the faculty to please join this initiative. Jointly, we will make it happen. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. And at the last, I would like to once again thank Professor Vinny, her HOD, whole जो है staff of including honor and CEO Mr. Galgotia, VC Madam Preeti Bajaj, for having given me the opportunity to really talk on this vital subject. And I really call upon, please don't do the way it is being done. We are having a roadmap, and I assure you, crime-free India, crime-free Bharat is doable. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us. Now I would like to request Dr. Rajiv Kumar to please present the virtual facilitation to our chief guest.
Thank you, Puji. Sir, kindly accept it.
Thank you. Thank you. Accepted. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Sunit Kumar to please present the virtual facilitation to our guest of honor, Mr. Amarpal Shaukin.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Amarpal, sir. Good morning, sir. I think he is not here.
Sir, he is here, but his mic is muted.
Okay, if sir are listening, then kindly accept the guest of honor certificate from Galgotias University. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I again request Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Program Chair, Department of Forensic Science, Galgotias University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Kusi. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks at this inaugural session of the Forensis Agora Faculty Development Program on Interdisciplinary Research in Forensic Science, organized by Department of Forensic Science in collaboration with Forensic India Private Limited. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtue, but the parent of all the others. Following these great words by Cicero, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Mr. Sunil Galgotia, for providing us a platform to put our effort into action. I would like to extend my gratitude toward our Honorable CEO, Sir, Mr. Dhruv Galgotia, for his constant guidance and support. My heartfelt thanks goes to our chief guest, Mr. Maithili Saran Gupta, National President, Crime Free Bharat Mission and former DGP, Madhya Pradesh. Your words of wisdom and encouragement will surely boost up the confidence and morale of our young participants. And we ensure that we at Department of Forensic Science, School of Basic and Applied Sciences, Galgotias University will participate and collaborate in the crime-free Bharat mission. I am highly obliged to Mr. Amarpal Sokin, Assistant Director, Chemistry, Forensic Science Laboratory, Delhi Government for being with us here today as our guest of honor and sharing his vast experience and knowledge with our participants. My heartfelt gratitude is for Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for guiding us on every step of the way of organizing the FDP. My heartfelt thanks is for our Pro Vice Chancellors, Professor Dr. Venkatesh Babu, Professor Dr. Avdesh Kumar, and Professor Dr. P.K. Sharma for their constant support and motivation. I convey my sincere thanks to Mr. Nitin Pandey, CEO, and Mr. Atul Dubey, Managing Director, Forensic India Private Limited, for their kind support and generosity. I also thank Professor Dr. A.K. Jain, Dean, School of Basic and Applied Science, and convener of the FDP for his untimely support and guidance. My heartfelt gratitude is towards all our invited speakers of our upcoming session for graciously accepting our invitation and taking time for us from their busy schedule. Thank you all dignitaries. Also, I share a big round of applause for all our young student organizer for the amount of meticulous planning and coordination they have shown to make this event a successful one. I also thank the team of very motivated and dedicated fraternity members of the Department of Forensic Science who knew their job and are result oriented. I would also like to thank people who gave administrative and technical support. And lastly, I would like to thank all the participants of the event and wish them all the very best of luck for upcoming session. With these words, I once again wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajiv sir.
Thank you.
Moving on, I would now like to introduce Dr. Khushali Joshi, forensic expert lecturer, representative IEIF, Cursos, Brazil. Ma'am has done her doctorate in forensic science and currently she is the representative of IEIF Cursos, Brazil. Previously, she was a lecturer at Sardar Patel Medical Institute. Ma'am has delivered multiple lectures in national and international conferences and has published many research papers in forensic biology. Ma'am will be sharing her knowledge on insights of nanotechnology and its approach to forensic science. May I request Khushali ma'am to please take over the charge of the session.
Thank you so much, Khushi. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank to Galgotias University and Forensic India for inviting me here, and all the legendary dignitaries and all the students who are present here. So we'll start for our today's session. So is my screen visible? Can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's now visible.
Okay. So
yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So yes, so our today's session we are going to discuss about the nanotechnology and its approach to the forensic sciences. So nanotechnology is basically a engineering subject, as we can see, and it is nowadays there is a huge approach where we can find out in the forensic sciences. So let's have a talk on it. So before we start, let's have an idea that what is nano, like the meaning of nano. So nano is a prefix. Okay. So in the Greek, the word nano means dwarf, means extremely small. It is the name of the unit measures like 1 billion, right? So if we say, so it is 1 billion of a meter means 10 raised to minus 9 meter, right? So let's understand the size first. See, average a small plant of a rose, if we averagely see, it can be up to 1 meter, right? a normal house fly, which we are seeing in our house, that can be 1 centimeter. The eye of that fly can be 100 micrometer. And that hair, small hair of that fly, that can be 1 micrometer. And then our DNA can be 10 micrometer, right? Sorry, 10 nanometer. And one molecule among that DNA, that will be 1 nanometer. Right. So a nanometer is a 1 billion of a meter, that is 10 raised to minus 9. So this is roughly 10 times the size of an individual atom. Right. Any atom will be there. So the 10th part of that atom, that will be called as a nano. So now let's have a view on what is technology. Right. Till now we have seen what is nano. Now we'll see what is technology. So the branch of knowledge that deals with a certain field, that will be a technology, right? For example, engineering is a technology. Industrial arts, that is a technology. Then applied sciences means our forensic science, what we are doing in the forensic, that will be also a technology. Pure sciences, what the people are doing, that can be also a technology. So when we are dealing with a uh, very small atoms or very small molecules with the use of technology, that it is called nanotechnology. So the engineering of a functional system at a molecular scale, right? A very small scale. The manipulation of a structure of matter at a molecular level, right? So that can be called as a nanotechnology. So basically, if we very simply, if we say, so it means a small technology, small part of small molecules, and at that level, if we are using technology, so that will be nanotechnology. And when we are using this nanotechnology to our forensic sciences for various means, so that will be forensic nanotechnology. Right. So first of all, Richard Feynman, 29th December in 1959, at the meeting of American Physical Society at California, first time he present the thought over the nanotechnology. So he is known as the father of nanotechnology, and in his presentation, first sentence what he spoke is, there's a plenty of room at the bottom. Right. So by that way, by that thought, the whole nanotechnology or whole the research has been started. So what is the working concept of nanotechnology? How it works, right? So let's start with a very small part for the atoms, right? So atoms are the building blocks of all the matters in the universe. We all know, right? So we all know that there are the 114 atoms are there, means the elements are there, and it is made up of all the atoms, right? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, oxygen, whatever it is. So all are having atoms, and those atoms and molecules stick together because of they have the complementary shape, right? Like a lock and key. What we are having, a particular lock is having a particular key to open or close it, right? Because why it is so? Because they both are having a complementary shapes, right? That's why it is getting open or closed. In one particular lock, we cannot open it with another key, right? Because its shape is not that complementary, right? Or the charges are the same, or sorry, the negative charges will be there, right? Negative and the molecules, and like that, all the things are stick together. So every atom has exhibit of different property as a various conditions, right? All the atoms will work differently and there are different conditions like heat, pH, environment, pressure, right? So the goal of nanotechnology is to manipulate the atom individually and then make a pattern to produce a desired structure. right? So what here basically we are doing in the nanotechnology, that if the atoms or if the molecules are having a specific kind of structure, so by manipulating them individually, all the atoms we will manipulate individually, and we will create our desired structure. Whatever we want to make, like that we will create a different structure that will be used according to our desire, right? So the most appropriate properties of nanoparticles are size dependent. Here what we are doing or what we are working, that will be the main concept will be the size. So the novel properties of nanoparticles do not prevail until the size has been reduced to the nanometer scale. Right. So first and foremost, if we want to work with nanoparticles, we want to focus on size. Until and unless the molecular or the atoms will reaches to nanometer size, it won't work according to our wish, or we can't manipulate according to what we want to decide, right? The particle size plays a crucial role in nanoparticles' properties and therefore an essential task in property characterization of the nanoparticle is practical seizing. So here, if we want to apply nanotechnology or the nanoparticles according to our desire, so first and foremost, we have to modify the atoms and the molecules to the nanoparticle sizes, right? We have to reduce the size and then we can use according to our needful things, right? So how we can modify it? What are the tools that we can modify our normal molecules to or the reduce the size towards the nano tools, right? Nanomaterials. So there are various number of tools are available. So mainly we can say there will be X-ray diffraction or the optical spectroscope, scanning tunneling microscope, UV visible spectroscopy, absorption and photoluminescence, or the microscopy, Raman spectroscopy. So many SEM is there, TEM is there. So all those tools are there which can be worked with the nanotechnology or the nanoparticles. So let's see one by one how it is working. So first of all, we'll discuss the X-ray diffraction. The spacing of atoms in a crystal lattice can be determined by means of location and intensity of spots, producing an photographic field beam of X-rays of given wavelength after the beam has been diffracted in the electrons of the atom. So light from a point source is focused on an object, and light waves are scattered by the object. Then scattered waves will be recombined by the series of lens and generate an enlarged image of the object. Right? How it is really working, we'll see here. So if, for example, there is any molecule or any atom, so a large beam of light will be spotted over the particular atom, and because of that the light will be scattered around, and that scattered light will be captured, and then it will be generated a molecular level image over here, like this, what we can see. So in a typical setup, a collimated beam of X-ray is incident on the samples, like this here, what we can see. And the intensity of diffracted X-rays is measured as a function of diffracted angle, right? So when a particular angle, the light has been diffracted, here we can see. So the sharpness and the shape of the spot are related to the perfection of the crystal, and the two basic procedures involve either a single crystal or a powder. And here, like that, we can see the image, what we are getting. So this is the tabletop X-ray diffraction meter here. See here we have to put the samples, and after placing the sample, software is connected with this, and there will be a screen, and on screen we can get this chart like this. Here we can see the different points where the molecules which are getting shown. or will be seen here. Right? Different materials or different molecules can be seen here in the form of chart. Then the second tool which is used in the nanotechnology, that is optical spectroscopy. So the optical spectroscopy uses the interaction of light with matter and function of wavelength or energy in order to obtain the information about the material. Right? For example, very common example for this optical spectroscopy is UV visible spectroscopy, which is we are very widely using in forensic sciences or in the biology department and chemical department or chemistry department. It is very famous, right? And very widely used. So this technique involves absorption of near UV or visible lights, and one measure both the intensity and the wavelength. Right? We all know the Beer-Lambert's law, and based on that, this UV visible spectroscopy is working. And here, yes, this like this, we can see this is gold. Okay, this gold nanoparticle size or absorption wavelength we can see here. So the gold nanovisible absorption directly related to the nanoparticle sizes, right? Whatever the particle size will be there, according to that, they will show the absorption here and they will show the chart over here. So addition to citrate the chloroauric or acid solution in the molecular ratio, so 0.17 to 1.4 acts to stabilize various nanoparticle sizes. Right? So the absorption band moves from 577 nanometer to 523 nanometer, suggesting that initial gold nanoparticle size of 100 nanometer and a final gold nanoparticle size up to 20 nanometer at the citrate to the gold molar ratio. Right? Here we can see the charts. Yeah. So this is also UV visible analysis of gold nanoparticle complexes, conjugation formation. So here we can see this red, it is showing the aurum, that is gold nanoparticle. The gray line is showing the casein. Then the scan line is showing the lead. Magenta line is showing the phosphatidated chlorine. And like that, all the lines are showing, or this here we can see the different absorption ratios, right, for the gold nanoparticle conjugation with the other organic substances. Then, which is useful in the nanotechnology and which is very commonly used, that is Raman spectroscopy. Right? So when the electromagnetic radiation passes through the metal, most of the radiation continues in its original direction, but a small fraction scattered into the other direction. Right? So this is the basic principle how the Raman spectroscopy or the Raman scattering will work. So light that is scattered due to vibrations in the molecule, so those solids is called as a Raman scattering. And Raman spectroscopy is the measurement of the wavelength, intensity, and interlaxity scattered light from the molecules. Right? So the Raman scattered light occurs at the wavelength. They are shifted from the incident light to the energies of the molecular vibrations. So such a scattering process is a weak. Experimentally, a lesser is needed for the good signal, that we all know. Then comes the fluorescent spectroscopy. So at the room temperature, most of the molecules occupies the lowest vibration, right? So at that level of ground, electron state and the absorption light of are elevated to produce an excited state, right? That is very common, that at the room temperature, at the normal level, all the molecules will be at the ground state. And if we want to make them to excited state, we have to give the outer or the external source. That will be the absorption of the light. So having absorbed energy and reached one of the higher vibrations levels for an excited state, so molecule loses its access to the vibrational energy, and by collision and falls of the lowest vibration level and from the excited state. So a plot of emission against the wavelength of any given excited wavelength is known as the emission spectrum. So that will be the principle of fluorescent spectroscopy. Then comes the atomic force microscopy. right? Nowadays, as the technology is getting advanced, so atomic force microscopy, SEM and TEM are mostly or very widely used for this nanotechnology use. So it enables us to study non-conducting surfaces because it scan van der Waals force, which is its atomic tips. So here previously, whatever the techniques we have discussed, so they are mostly focusing, or their principle are on the molecular level or the exciting level or the electrons what they are having, whatever the lights they are absorbing or scattering. But here atomic force microscopy will focus on the bonds are having in between the two molecules, and especially the van der Waals bonds. So the main components of this tool are thin cantilever with the extremely sharp probing tip and the 3D piezoelectric scanner, and the optical system measure deflection of the cantilever. So when the tip is brought into contact with the surface or in its proximity, tapping the surface, it being affected by a combination of the surface that is attractive and repulsive, right? We know that van der Waals bonds have two types. One bonds will be attractive and the another will be repulsive, right? And like that, the whole molecule will be can stay in a stable form. So those forces cause cantilever bending, and which is continuously measured via the deflection and the reflection lasers. So the 3D scanners move the sample or in the alternative design, right? So the centimeter dimensions the scanning predetermined area of the surface, and the vertical resolution of the stool is extremely high, reaching to 0.01 nanometer, and which is for the order of atomic radius. So whatever the atomic radius will be there, there will be either attractive force or the repulsive force, and those force will be measured by the cantilever or a small laser, and that radius will be continuously captured, and like that we can have an idea, or we can have the image of the atomic force microscopy, right? Whatever the force, see here the name itself, you can identify whatever the force is generated by the atoms and we are keeping the record of it with the help of microscope. So that is called as the atomic force microscopy, right? So here, this is the tip, this is the cantilever, the laser beam will pass from here, and this is the photodetector, whatever the laser is passing through here, if it is getting like this, and here's the photodetector, and by that way we are getting the pictures through the software, right? So yeah, this is the picture, how we can see the surface. See here, it is a very small size, yeah, tube or cone, and this is the chemical probe, and here we can see, we can generate the picture. Then let's talk about the transmission electron microscopy, which is called TEM. So TEM is a high voltage electron emitted by a cathode that is focused on by a lens. So the sample is first placed under the vacuum, right? And after that, a high voltage electron beam is partially transmitted through the molecule, and then the transmitted electrons are subsequently focused, and then the beam hits the photophore screen, and the photographic plate or the sensitives or the sensors will create an image, right? So the TEM only provides two-dimensional image for the sample, right? For the diffraction patterns or regarding the inner surface of the material. See, like this. So here what happens when a forced electron is coming here, right? So it is creating the sensors are here over, and then it is catching the picture right here, like that. This is the how the sim look like, right? And here we can see the 2D, that is inner structure images. Now comes the SEM. that is scanning electron microscope. So the SEM is very different from the TEM, right? In the ways of final images. Why? Because what TEM is doing, TEM is creating the 2D image, right? 2D image means if we want to see the inner structure, that what is a very small kind of structure we have to study. So at that time we should use TEM. But when we need the 3D structure, we want to study the morphology or the surface of any particular substance. At that time we should use the SEM. Because while TEM detects the primary electrons, SEM generates the image by secondary or backscattered electrons, which is emitted from the material due to excited by the primary electron beams. So in SEM, the electron beam is scanning across the sample and building an image and mapping detecting signals as a function or a beam position. So the generally resolution limit of SEM is about 5 nanometer. Right. So as we say that it is creating the 3D structure. So when we are focusing more on surface morphology, so at that time the SEM will be very much helpful. Now this is the SEM, and here we can see the surface morphology. See, so sharply, so beautifully, it is generating the very clean pictures. This is the white blood cells, okay, which is present with blood. So this is the pictures of white blood cell. Right. So these all are the tools what we are talked about till now. So by using the such kind of tools, we can get our desired size of a particle or size of the nanoparticles, or we can identify that nanoparticles are present over any surface or any molecules or not. So what we discussed that we first of all we have to focus on the size, and after we are getting our desired size of particle, then we have to make the structure of it, right? So now let's focus on the structure. First of all, we got the size. Okay, nanoparticle size, we reached up to nanometers. Then the nanocomposites, we have to composite all the molecules, all the nanoparticles together to make some structure. So those are the polymers or copolymers having nanoparticles or the nanofillers. This appeared in the polymer matrix, right? So those shapes can be nanospheres or nanocrystals, nanotubes, or quantum dots, right? So what are all these things? Let's see one by one. So first of all, let's talk about the carbon nanotubes, right? So carbon nanotubes are allotropes of carbon with a cylindrical nanostructure, right? When we are making a cylindrical structure with the nanoparticles, so that will called as a nanotube. So they have length to diameter ratio up to 13 lakh and 20,000 gem 1. Like it is very huge number, right? So nanotubes are the member of fluorescently structural family, right? Fullerene structural family. They derived from their long hollow structure with the walls formed one thick sheet of carbon called the graphene. It's not graphite, it's graphene. Right? So what are the properties of carbon tubes? So they are highest strength of weight ratio helps in creating lightweight spacecrafts. Right? Whatever the things we are using the spacecraft. So at that time, what the scientists are keeping in the mind that it should be very strong, as well as simultaneously it should be very light in the weight, right? So that time, this carbon nanotubes will be very much helpful because it is made with the nanoparticles. So the weight and size will be reduced, but its strength will be very high. It easily penetrates the membranes such as cell walls, so it does help in the cancer treatments, right? So electrical resistance changes significantly when the other molecules themselves to carbon atoms, so helps in the developing sensors and detecting the chemical weapons. So how all this works, so we will see it later in our slides, that how it is working in the cancer treatment, how it is working with the chemical vapors, finding the chemical vapors, right? First, now we are focusing just on the shape of the different nanomaterials. So what are the application of the nanotube? So as we see, it is stem bell spots using the CNT, making bicycle components. Right, this is the company which is called Aston Bell Spots. They are making the bicycle up from them. Then Xerox technology using the CNT for manufacturing lightweight boards. Right. Then replacing the transistors from the silicon chips as they are small and emit less heat. Right. So whatever the silicon chips we are having in the transistor or in the pen drives or in any electronic materials what we are using. So nowadays that can be replaced by the nanotubes because they are very smaller in size and they are not emitting as much as heat what silicon chips will do. They especially work in the electric cables and wires, solar cells, and in many fabrics also. Then another shape of nanoparticle, that is nanorods. Right? First, previously we saw that is nanotube. Now let's see the nanorods. So they are one morphology of a nanoscale object. So its dimension ranges from 1 to 100 nanometer. So they may be synthesized from the metal or semiconducting materials. Right. So a combination of ligands act as a shape control agents and bond to different facets of the nanorod with different strength, and it allows different phases of the nanorod to grow at different rate for producing an elongated object. Right. So what are the uses of it? So in display technology, because the reflectivity of the rods can be changed by the changing their orientation with an applied electronic fields. So it is highly used in LED and LCD screens, what we are seeing in our laptops or in our TV or whatever the screen we are seeing nowadays. So that area, the nanorods will be used. And micromechanical systems, right? And in the cancer therapeutics. Then, very beautiful and very interesting structure for this nanoparticles will be nanobots. So it is made up of two words, that is nanorobots. So that are nanobots, right? So what is that? So it is close to the cell of 10 raised to minus 9, almost 1 nanometer size. So largely they are in R&D phase. They are not widely used. They are still in the research and development phase, but it is being said that it is going to change the many technologies in the coming years. So nanobots of 1.5 nanometers across, and they are capable of counting the specific molecules into chemical samples. Right. Since the nanorobots would be microscopic in size, it would be probably necessary for a very large number of them to work together to microscopic and macroscopic tasks. So they are capable of replication using environmental resources. So what will be the application of that? So detection of toxic components in the environment, right? In the drug delivery, in the biomedical instrumentations, this kind of nanobots will going to help. So how in the drug delivery, for example, as we previously also said, that it will be helpful in the cancer detection or the cancer drug delivery. So how it will work? Then, for example, if a person is having cancer in any particular area of their body, for example, in their lungs, right? So the chemical therapeutics, what we are getting now, what we say chemo doses. So chemo doses, what we will do, they will insert the medicine in their vein, right? So that medicine is going towards like all the cells in the body, right? It will enter in the blood, and through blood it will go all through the body. So because of its side effects, we know that if a cancer patient is going under through chemotherapy, so he loses his hairs, he's having digestion problems, he's having other so many issues, skin issues like that. Why it is so? Because of the side effects of the chemotherapy. But if in future, if we are using these nanobots or nanotechnologies, so in drug delivery, for example, if the cancer cells are present in the lungs, so this nanobots directly goes to that specific area and then deliver the drug. And because of that, the whole body structure or all the cells of the body is not getting affected, right? So this is the under the research and development phase. So yeah, what we talked about, nanotechnology in the cancer. So it provides a new option for drug delivery and the drug therapies, enable drugs to deliver precisely at the right location in the body and releases drug dose on the predetermined schedule for the optional treatment. Right? Attach the drug with a nano-sized carrier, and they become localized at the disease site, that is cancer tumor. So the drugs will go to the cancer tumors only, and it is kill only tumor cells and not the healthy or the nearby cells. And then a port can clear the blockage in the arteries also, what we are having this so like that it will work. The other uses for the nanotechnology, that is also in fabrics. So the properties of familiar materials are being changed by the manufacturer who are adding nano-sized components to the conventional materials to improve the performance, right? To make the fabric more smoother, more finer, and another use for the nanotechnology is in for this heat resistance or the cold resistance, like that. In fabrics also nanotechnology is being used. So some clothing manufacturers are making water and stain repellent clothing using the nano-sized whiskers in the fabric that cause the water to bead up on the surface. Right? In the manufacturing of bulletproof jackets and spill and dirt resistant antimicrobial, antibacterial fabrics. So in that technology also nanoparticles are having a very huge role. Right? In the electronics. So the electrodes made from the nanowires enable flat panel display to be flexible as well as the thinner than the current flat panel displays. Right? So nowadays what you are seeing in the curved TV or a curved display or a curved phone, so that is all because possible with the help of nanotechnology. So nanolithography is used for the fabrication of chips. The transistors are made of the nanowires and they are assembled in a glass or a thin film or a flexible plastic. Right? Here, what we can see, very small, very flexible, and yet very resistant chips or the nanowires or the glass films we can produce. Then e-paper displays on the sunglasses and map on the car windshield. So that all things can be possible through it. So yes, still now whatever we discussed, that is about the nanotechnology and its application in the different field. Right. But what is the application in the forensic sciences? Right. So there are a huge number of application of in the forensic sciences of nanotechnology and the nanoparticles. For example, in explosives, toxicology, pathology, serology, question documents, fingerprinting, forensic engineering. So lots and lots more there. Okay, so let's go one by one and discuss. So let's dive in. So at present, the quantification of post-PCR, that is polymerase chain reaction, is the utmost extensive forensic nanotechnology application in the microfluidic system. Right. So nowadays, what you are in the market, what we are having, the automated PCR machines or automated extraction extractors are available. So in those things, this nanoparticles will be having a high role. So in a very short period of time, there is within hardly 30 minutes, the DNA samples can be quantified even in nanoliter range. Right? If we are not having samples, of course, in the forensic sciences, it has always been said for the forensic biologists that they are always are in the run for the samples. They don't having samples, right? So if they are having even a nanoliter sample, means a very small amount of sample. So by the use of forensic nanotechnology and the nanoparticles, the quantification DNA samples extraction can be possible. So the magnetic nanoparticles, for example, silica-based magnetic nanoparticles and copper nanoparticles for the extraction of good quality of PCR-ready DNA samples from a different forensically significant body fluids and the skeletal remains samples. Right? So it will be used most importantly in the skeletal remains or the body fluids. At that time, what they are doing is they will use the nanoparticles of silica and nanoparticles of the copper, and by that they will extract the DNA sample and perform the PCR. So the DNA extracted from the urine, they are using organic reagents while carboxylated magnetic nanoparticles used with the solid phase and absorbent to the isoelectronic DNA for the PCR amplification. Then comes the forensic toxicology. So in the current scenario, nanotechnology most effectively applied in the field of forensic toxicology for the detection and quantification of different toxic substances from various forensically important evidences like blood, saliva, hair, vitreous humor, even from the skeletal remains or fingerprint samples. Right. So if any small amount of toxicological evidence will be present in this kind of evidences, there can be chances that by use of nanotechnology or the nanoparticles, we can extract from it. Right. So for the identification purpose, gold nanoparticles ranging from 10 nanometer to 30 nanometer and the silver nanoparticles ranging from the 20 nanometer and titanium oxide nanoparticles have been used and claim that these nanoparticles enhance the detection limit of the illicit drug in the fingerprint samples. Right? For example, if a person is having or has taken any illicit drugs and for that drug is mixed with his blood and then it is going with the perspiration or something, and that person is having that fingerprints, like latent fingerprints somewhere. So it may be possible that if by the use of all these nanoparticles, we may identify the illicit drug molecules with his latent fingerprints. Then forensic explosives. Forensic, so efficient detection of hidden explosives in luggage or mail, vehicles or aircrafts or toothpaste or any public places or wherever it is, that is the major challenge for the law enforcement agencies throughout the world. Right? And nowadays, very improvised explosive devices can be fitted in any part, like a very toothpaste, in pen or whatever, any public places. So it is very difficult to identify. Right? So currently, trace-based explosive detection system in use, which have limitations in very selectively sensitivity, right? Size, then its cost. So miniaturization of system to benchtop or even handheld level has immense potential, especially for the trace explosive detection, right? So at that time when we have to go for the trace explosive detection, it is very difficult to perform the activities or to identify those things on the ground. So hence, the highly sensitivity and selectivity combined with the ability lower the production and deployment cost of the sensor is indispensable in the winning the battle on the explosive-based terrorism. So what we need is very highly sensitive, with that very cost-effective and a small handheld device we need to identify the explosive or the post-blast investigation. So in the modern research and development studies in this area of field, the nanomaterials have demonstrated the ability of nanostructure and function as a sensor of various chemical and biological components, inclusive explosives. How? Let's see. So the scientist has developed the e-nose, that is electronic nose, right? So nose, what the nose we are having, that only, but that will be electric nose. So how it will work? Let's see. So e-nose is basically a sensor device. So in any sensor, the surface chemical processes are transformed as a signal. For example, in front of this device, if you are keeping any kind of the chemicals, so they will, previously there has the data in that, and by that their sensors, that chemical will getting identified. So in case of e-nose, the signals are nothing but the unique order particular of a specific chemical reaction, right? So electronic nose consists of an odor sensor or a data preprocessor and the pattern recognition engine. So e-nose as the manifestation of the electronic aroma detection technology, right? This technology will identify the aroma. So what is aroma? So aroma will be a specific chemical reactions, and those chemical reaction will be catched by a sensor, and that sensor is having a preprocessor or a pre-filled data, and that will match, right? So how it is done previously, right now also it is going on. So at present, the dogs have been trained and used for successfully to identify the hidden explosives. However, the dogs are costly trained and it is not possible to take dogs all the time on the crime scene, or sometimes the dogs are not able to identify, the dogs is getting confused, right? So at that time, or it can be replaceable technology with the dogs, sniffer dogs. So the electronic nose technique can mimic the bomb sniffing dogs without their drawbacks, right? And the dogs, because dogs are also an animal, right? They are also a natural animal. So all the time it is not possible to give exact detection in the every situation, right? So this at that time, this technique can be used. This technology will be very helpful. So overall, nanotechnology based sensor have strong potential and meeting all the requirements of an effective solution for the detection of explosives. Right? Then comes the forensic fingerprint visualization. So we all know that on the crime scene, mostly 3 types of fingerprints are found. That is either a latent fingerprints, or a patent, or a plastic fingerprints. So almost every crime scene carries latent fingerprints, which are not easily visible to the naked eye and need for the further processing. So to decipher the latent finger marks, a range of physical and chemical method has been developed. So the various common materials are there to the background and making identification considerably through the etching. So what to do? So to overcome such problems and for more preciseness, nanotechnology is being used to develop the fingerprints. To decipher the fingerprint pattern, nanoscale powder has been used. So the various studies have been reported in which the nanopowders has deciphered the fingerprint. In recently, one of them is reported the oxide powder. Right? So within the 20 nanometer of size, they give the better prints. So using a nanoscale developer and an X-ray source technique together, so a development can be there that to visualize the imprinted fingerprints even if the casing has been rubbed or washed, right? So based on this fact, when someone leaves those finger impression on the bullet casing, right? If someone is having fingerprints on bullet casing, he's throwing that bullet case, or he's rubbing his fingerprints, or he's even washing with the water, right? So still there can be a chance that with the help of nanoparticles and the X-ray source technique, we can develop these fingerprints again on the casing, right? So the residue through hydrophobic interaction, which can be then developed with the silver physical developer, and then which is producing the impression of rich detail that not only improve the quality, but develop the print, but also the clarity of the print. Similarly, developed another method of fingerprint enhancer using the cadmium selenide and the zinc sulfide nanoparticles. So in that suspension for non-porous surfaces, so cadmium and cadmium selenide and the zinc sulfide nanoparticles are the potential to give fluorescence under the UV lighting. Then even these nanoparticles having a great role in identifying for the frauds or the question documents in the forensic sciences. So most importantly, the passport frauds is the biggest threat facing the world. So it is claimed by the Interpol, published which is date 29 January 2019. So the greatest threat in the world is the last year there were 500 million or we can say the 500 million international air arrivals worldwide where travel documents were not compared against the Interpol database. So this is the very huge number. So what happens, or what are the trends with the documents and the other products which is getting questioned? So the sophistication of the counterfeiters are increasing, right? Advanced printings are there, advanced manufacturing procedures are there. They are having a very advanced level of softwares. So counterfeiting a high value or a high volume business nowadays. From it start, range from the various means like from the currency or any ID cards, even with the medicine, spare parts, softwares, whatever it is. So whatever the things you can see around ourselves, our environment. So there is a high chance that the counterfeiting the same product can be possible. So fraud and the counterfeiting is an organized crime, right? So it funds the large operations, including the child rapers, terrorist activities, or many other things can be involved in such things. So that's need the multiple layers like the overt, the covert, forensics, and many other fields. Right. So technology helps in determining the authenticity of items. Right? Nanotechnology can also applied in the various sectors to prevent them from forged or the duplicate products. How? So the nanotechnology is also relevant in those cases in which the petroleum products are involved, such as arson cases, examine the petroleum or hydrocarbon traces, and it will be helpful by generating the barcode stickers. Like in those barcodes, the nanoparticles will be used in the printing ink, and by that this scanner or the barcode stickers, or by that it can be preventing for the forged product or the forged documents, right? Then again, yes, nanotechnology even can be very useful in the forensic medicine field too. So whatever important when a person or a cadaver is found, or in a crime scene, or if there is a dead body is found, so the first question comes in your mind is the time since death. So how much time has been passed after this person is died, right? So what are the parameters to identify it? So first of all is algor mortis, right? Algor mortis means the changes in the temperature, then changes in the eyes, then post-mortem hypothesis, right? Then rigor mortis, then changes in the decomposition, changes in the skin color, liver mortis, then stomach or bowel content, then contents in the urinary bladder, right? So many parameters are there, and by combining all the parameters together, forensic pathologist is coming to an verdict or get a conclusion that a range between this to this time, the time since death can be possible, right? So all this parameter can only provide the approximate time of the death, right? So at that time, the observational changes in the body fluids like blood or pericardial fluid or spinal fluid or acoustic helpful. So out of these body fluids, the vitreous humor remains unchanged. So what is vitreous humor? First, we all know that in our eyes, when the person is died, the fluid which is present in the eye because of the death of the eye cells or the eyeball cells, so that's called a vitreous humor. So that exhibit the biochemical, that is the level of amino acids which is present in there, it is very slow. And therefore, by the help of this biochemical analysis, time since death can be estimated very acutely, right? Whatever the amino acid present in our eye cells, that will take like long time, or it will get very slowly. So by the identification of the quantification of estimated time. So recently, a smart, a rapid, and a sensitive, very cost-effective technique has been developed that provides easy determination of a cysteine amino acid method. So this method may lead to estimate the time since death up to 96 hours till the cysteine concentration from the vitreous humor increases significantly and showing a linear correlation with the expansion of time since death. Right, so this all are the application of nanotechnology in forensic sciences, and besides that there are much more, many applications are there, and we can use it, we can have a good command over that, and if we can do the good research, so there will be many more chances to develop it, right? So in our Indian government also, they are having a very huge and many research projects are there. So IIT Mumbai is the premier organization in the field of nanotechnology. So research in the field of health, environment, and medicines are still going on. And starting with the 2001, the government of India launched a nanotechnology initiative, right? Then in 2017, the Nanoscience and the Technology Mission 2007 is initiated with an allocation of rupees 1,000 crores for the years. So while the government is trying to enhance or to encourage this field, so the basic, it is for the basic research promotions, infrastructure development for carrying out the front-ranking regions, and development of nanotechnology in their applications and human resource development and the international collaborations, right? So there are many possibilities in the future that the nanotechnology may make it possible for the manufacture of higher and stronger and programmable materials that requires the less energy to produce than the conventional materials, and then that promise a greater fuel efficiency in the land transportation, ships, aircrafts, or even in space vehicles, right? So the future of nanotechnology could very well include in the use of nanorobotics And these nanobots have the potential to take on human tasks as well as the tasks that humans could never complete. So the rebuilding of the depletion ozone layer could potentially be able to perform in the future. So let's make a finger crossed for that. So at the end, the bottom line, I could only say that the next big thing is going to be really small. Okay? So thank you so much, everyone, for your attention. And all of you have a great day ahead. And again, thank you all people, and thank you Galgotias University for allowing me to come here and deliver a lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this informative session. May I please request Neha Yadav to present the virtual salutation to Dr. Khushali Joshi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for graciously accepting our invitation and sharing your deep knowledge about nanotechnology and its various applications in forensic science, even despite of different time zones. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to ask you, ma'am, to kindly accept our gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And ma'am, we would love to have you in person at our university once the condition normalizes.
Sure, it will be my pleasure to meet you all and be there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Moving forward, now I would like to introduce Dr. Ashish Bhatia. Sir is the head of Department of Forensic Science, Government Institute of Forensic Science, Nagpur. Sir has completed his BSc Honours in Forensic Science in 2009, MSc Forensic Science in 2011, and PhD in Forensic Science. Sir is UGC NET JRF qualified. He has 40 international and national research paper publications to his credit. Sir has also recently won the Young Scientist Award at a national conference jointly co-organized by the State Forensic Science Laboratory, Madhya Pradesh, and Indian Science Congress Association, Sagar, chapter in BT Institute of Excellence, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Since 2012, he has delivered more than 100 invited talks, guest lectures, workshops, demonstrations at various colleges, institutes, and universities, as well as to the police officers under the Nagpur Police Commissionerate, Special IGP Office Nagpur Range, SP Office Bandra, SP Office Chandrapur, under in-service training program, etc. And also, sir has played the prime role in organizing and conducting Nagpur City Police Duly Meet 2017, 2018, 2019 as subject expert and examiner. Sir has also provided assistance to the Maharashtra Police in the various aspects of crime scene investigation. Sir will be giving his outlook on the topic and introduction to cybercrime. May I request sir to please start with his presentation.
Hello.
Oh, yes, sir. Sir,
Yes,
you
sir,
are
you're
audible.
audible.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I would like to thank Galgotias University for inviting me to have this talk. But as told by the host, I'll not be presenting my presentation on the topic introduction to cybercrime. There was some miscommunication from my end. Actually, I was invited to talk on the interdisciplinary research in forensic science on this topic by Winnie Madam. So, with the permission of Winnie Ma'am, I would like to stick to this topic if it is fine. Vinny ma'am?
Yes, sir, please. Yes, sir, please, sir.
Okay. All right. I'll just start sharing my presentation and is the screen visible?
No, sir.
Is it visible now? Hello? Is the screen visible now? Can anyone please unmute themselves and answer?
No, sir, not yet.
Not visible?
Ashish, sir, am I audible?
Yes, madam, you're audible. I'm getting a message. Screen sharing has failed to start. Please
Uh,
screen later.
Sir, yes, sir, there might be some network issue, sir. Sir,
Okay,
if you can mail me or I on the official ID or of the organizers, the presentation, we'll share the screen from our side, sir.
Okay. Just
Yes.
give me a minute and I'll just restart my system and see if the problem gets resolved.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Sorry for the inconvenience, and just give me like 2-3 minutes. I'll be back in 2-3
Yes,
minutes.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Dear participants, let's just wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Let's break for 5 minutes. I request you all to please stay here and we'll begin shortly. Dear participants, we will be starting shortly within 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back, Ashish sir.
Yes, madam. Now is the screen visible?
Sir, we can see the message that you have started sharing the screen, but your screen is still not visible to us. So maybe there might be some network issue due to some.
Just a minute.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sir, we can see your screen, but it is completely blacked and your partial mobile number is visible at the right bottom.
Okay. Now is it fine, madam?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen, sir.
Oh, finally.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So sorry, everyone, for the inconvenience, and very good afternoon to all. Forensic science. Now, what do you understand by the term forensic science? When I say forensic science, most of us will first think of CID. Like, not all of us, but who are new to this field, they would first think of CID, right? So they'll say, okay, yes, forensic science means the people who goes to the crime scene and collect the evidence, and the one person who is involved in everything, right? But actually, that is not the case. In real life, one person is not only involved in analyzing all the evidences and giving all the reports, being the expert in the court and performing autopsy, collecting all the evidences from the crime scene, etc., etc. So all these roles and responsibilities are divided and shared amongst different people with different levels of expertise. All right. So the serials and the movies that we see, they are for our entertainment purposes only. So we should treat them as such. And although nowadays there are serials and series and movies that are also based on some scientific inputs from experts, but most of it is, non-scientific. So we should not completely rely on whatever we see on, online. Okay, so let us start by having a look at the definition of the term forensic science. See, our topic today is interdisciplinary research in forensic science. Okay, so when I take this definition, this is very important because it encompasses all the various fields and multiple disciplines of science in it. Okay, so after almost being in this forensic science for almost 15 years, I have come across various definitions of forensic science. But the one definition that I'm going to tell you right now is the one that I found to be most comprehensive. Now, forensic science can be defined as the application of various scientific methods and techniques for the purposes of justice. Now, you may feel that this is a very simple definition, but no, it is a combination of complex terms, like I have underlined here, scientific methods and techniques for the purposes of justice. Now, can anyone tell me very quickly the difference between a method and a scientific method? If someone is allowed to unmute themselves, if they have an answer very quickly, the difference between a method and a scientific method. See, the point is, a method when you use will not give you repeatable results. Your accuracy will not remain the same. The accuracy of the results will not remain the same. There would be uncertainty. The probability of you recreating that particular thing again would be less if you don't have all the parameters, if you don't know all the parameters, right? Similarly, in forensic science also, we cannot use any method, we cannot use any technique, and also we don't use one single method and we don't use one single technique. We use a combination of different methods and techniques that are scientific. Like, I'd like to quote a simple example here. I think all of you would have prepared tea. Most of you would be drinking tea, right? Now imagine that whenever you make tea, does it taste good? Yes, of course, you make it, so you would say that yes, it is good. But tell me whether it is the same taste every time that you prepare the tea or coffee or even Maggi. Is it same? No, I don't think so. Why is it not same? Because we are using method to make that particular drink or that recipe, right? Now, when we say scientific method, now from this tea vending machine or coffee from coffee vending machine, even if you drink 10 times, the taste would be exactly identical. Why is it the case? Because the powder is fixed, the quantity is fixed, the temperature to which the water is going to get heated is fixed, right? The sequence of the ingredients that are falling into a cup, that is also fixed, right? So this is the basic difference between a method and a scientific method. Scientific methods, when we use them, they have repeatability, they have accuracy, and we can avoid uncertainty. All right. Now, for what we are using these scientific methods and techniques? For normal purposes? No, for the purposes of justice. Justice to whom? Justice to the society or to the victim or to the family members of the victim against whom the crime has taken place. So for this, when we apply various scientific methods and techniques, that may be termed as forensic science. This is a very comprehensive definition. This definition was taught to me by my professor, Dr. P.K. Chattopadhyay, while I was studying in my graduation and post-graduation. Now, see, science is always defined as like a tree that has many branches, correct? Physics, chemistry, biology, geology, zoology, botany, earth science, space science, life science, etc., etc. Correct? But I would also like to define forensic science as a tree that has many branches, like fingerprints, question documents, forensic chemistry, forensic toxicology, forensic biology, forensic anthropology, forensic odontology, forensic serology, forensic physics, forensic ballistics, forensic psychology, forensic photography, digital and cyber forensics, forensic engineering, forensic nanotechnology, forensic biotechnology, forensic geology, forensic entomology, etc., etc., etc. Don't you think these are all the branches, different branches of forensic science? Yes. So now forensic science is an amalgamation of all these branches, all these different branches. And there are different principles and different methods and techniques that are being used from all these disciplines. We use certain instruments and equipments and principles from the field of physics, from the field of chemistry, from the field of toxicology, from the field of anthropology, from the field of medicine, right? So this proves that forensic science is a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary field or subject. Correct. It is an amalgamation of various scientific methods and techniques from different branches of science. Agreed? Now, what are the cases that we investigate? Some of the cases that we investigate include murder, dacoity, theft, robbery, suicide or attempted suicide, physical assault, bomb blast, fire or arson cases, accidents, hit and run cases, forgery cases, shooting, wildlife crimes, kidnapping, abduction, cyber crimes, white collar crimes, drowning, bride burning, sexual assault, hanging, illicit drugs, poisoning, etc. These are some of the crimes that we as forensic expert would encounter at one stage or other in our career. Now, I have already told you the different divisions or branches of forensic science in the image that we saw. Now, at the scene of a crime, when we do documentation of the crime scene, there are different methods that are being used by us. Yes, photography is one such method, forensic photography. So again, in that we are using the principles of photography to click forensic photographs of the scene of crime for documentation of the same. While sketching, we are measuring things, we are taking different measurements, and nowadays we are using automated softwares or computer aided design softwares, CAD softwares, for making the sketch of the crime scene. Similarly, for doing autopsy, nowadays we are moving on towards virtual autopsy, wherein we will have to, we will minimize the contact with the cadaver, and we will be able to perform the autopsy examination or the postmortem examination with minimal invasion or minimal cuts to the body. Forensic nanotechnology, madam earlier has given you a very good talk on this topic, so I'll not go into the details of it. So these are the different branches. Okay, these are the different divisions of forensic science which we will encounter. So when we talk about interdisciplinary research or multidisciplinary research, we have to keep certain things in mind. We first have to open our imagination. We have to remove that barrier of imagination. We should feel free to imagine things. We should feel free to conceive new ideas and different ideas that are unheard or unsaid till now. But at times it also happens that we may think of something and we may think that yes, this is a very novel idea, this is a very new work, but we fail to understand that there are millions and millions of people on this planet Earth, right? So they are also thinking. So it is possible that what you think of as a novel idea may already have been published somewhere else by someone else. So for any research, see again, the word research itself is research. So for that, you have to move from known to unknown. Like research is said to be a journey from known to unknown, right? So you have to first find out whatever is known. First, you need to identify that whether what was the kind of work that was carried out in this particular field or this particular area, right? Then after that, you need to identify the gaps in the research. when you identify these gaps in the research, then you can conceive an idea that is new, that is novel, and you will fulfill that gap, and this way your research will mean something in the field. See, doing research is thought of as an easy task कि अरे कोई भी anyone can do research, anyone can publish papers, and anyone can do research, but that is actually not the case. Research is a very complex process. It involves many different things that we fail to understand in the beginning, and then as we move ahead we come across these things as problems in our research or setbacks in our research. So we must avoid that. Okay, these are the evidences that may be found. So you all know all these evidences, so I'll not go into the details of it. Now, talking about multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary research, there are certain points that you need to understand and you need to keep in your mind while encompassing an idea for research. First of all, you need to decide what field do you want to pursue your research in. See, it does not mean that you should limit yourself to one field only. There are different disciplines. You can have an amalgamation, you can have a bridging, you can bridge the gap between those two fields, those two subjects, those two topics. That is fine. But first, you need to let your imagination flow freely. First, you need to take initiation. First, you need to take initiation of an idea. First, you need to think of an idea and work on it. Start working on it. What do you mean by working on it? When we start working on an idea, the first thing, as I told you, is doing research on what is already being done. What research has already been carried out on that particular topic or in that particular area. This we need to understand first, right? And talking about inspiration, see, inspiration can be drawn out of anything. To be very frank to you, I have drawn, quite a few inspiration for my papers, for my research papers, from movies that I have seen. Not Bollywood movies, of course, Hollywood movies, but I have drawn inspiration from those movies. So when you see things, when you come across any interesting thing, you should note it down, and you should try to imagine, you should try to think what can be done by me in this particular area or in this particular topic. Right. Now, innovation is the keyword nowadays. Everybody wants to innovate, and government also wants to innovate. They're asking for innovative ideas, innovative designs, innovative logos, etc. So innovation again is a process that cannot be taught. It comes naturally to people. It comes naturally to us. If we are able to draw inspiration from our surroundings, we will be able to innovate. Now, once we innovate, or once we imagine an idea, once we have drawn inspiration and we have initiated our research in that particular field, then we will come across different researches or papers that are already published in that field. We need to identify the gaps in those and fulfill those gaps, work on fulfilling those gaps. See, when I read research papers nowadays, so I see that that is just a combination of a text from different published works. So a review paper is actually very difficult to write. A review paper is actually very difficult to write. See, you don't know where to start, you don't know where to end, you don't know what to expect. So all these things bring us uncertainty to our research, right? So first we should try to reduce the amount of uncertainty that we have in our topic or in the area that we are thinking of doing our research in. All right. Now, review papers, as I see nowadays, they are just like I have told you earlier. Also, they are just a collection of different paragraphs from different works or different researchers. They club it together, and that is called a review paper. Actually, that is not the case. Writing a review paper is very difficult, and it's a complex process. Once again, so first we need to understand what we are researching. Then we need to identify the keywords that we are going to use for searching or researching the various published papers in the field. Then we need to shortlist or narrow down from the vast variety of research papers or review papers or articles that we find in the search engines. Then we should narrow down our search further by removing the unwanted papers and focusing on only the most relevant articles that are related or directly relevant to the current topic of your research. Then we should read all those papers very carefully. We should try to understand the methodology that was used by the researchers and those particular papers or those particular articles. Then we should try to understand why they carried out this work, what was the rationale behind the work that they carried out, and then what was the method or the process that was used by these researchers. Now, why is it important to understand what methods were used by them? Because if they have given negative results, if they have shown that certain method is not going to work, then it is beneficial for us. We come to know that we should not invest our time and energy in doing this method or using this method to get result, because it is not going to work, right? So again, this is also an important aspect of reviewing. Now, negative results also nowadays are getting importance, the much deserved importance. Earlier, what used to happen was that negative results were thought of a failure of research. Suppose if you are trying to do research in a particular topic, if you are trying to develop a method, or if you're trying to develop a technique, or suppose if you are trying to say carry out TLC, thin layer chromatography examination of a particular drug. All right. Now, if you are using a solvent system, suppose 50% methanol and 50% distilled water, 1:1 ratio, methanol and water, and you don't get result of that particular compound, you're not getting separation, you're not getting good results of TLC. So this would be deemed as a failure of research earlier by most. But nowadays it is not the case. Nowadays there are journals, they have specific section which specifically publish only negative results, only negative findings, that no, this method does not work, it will not give result here. So even if you get negative result, you should not be disheartened. You should not get you should not panic that, oh, my result is not coming, what should I do? You should stick to it, you should stick to your idea. If you're failing, that means you are showing the world that this is the way that will not work. Okay, like Edison also famously said, I have discovered 100 ways in which a bulb cannot be created, right? So similarly, you are also creating, by your negative results, you are also making finding that is going to be useful for the future researchers. So again, negative results should not be taken as a discouragement, and you should not focus on the negative results only. Okay, coming back to our reviewing. Now, once we have identified the gaps once we have identified what methods were carried out, what methods were used by the researchers, we need to understand why they have used this particular method only and why not something else. By doing this, we will be able to identify the importance or significance of that particular or those particular methods that were used by the researchers or the authors. Now, what will happen is that if a particular method was used by a particular researcher in their work, and you feel that you may improvise on that method, you may improvise on the that particular technique. So then that is beneficial for you. That is beneficial for you. How is it beneficial for you? Because that way it gives you a direction to add novelty to your work, because you know already what the other person has done. And if you are able to significantly improve that particular method so as to reduce the time, so as to be cost effective, so as to be eco-friendly, so as to be user friendly, then you are doing a novel work. You are doing a novel work. All right. So after identifying the research gaps in research, you should conclude the findings of the review paper by adding what is lacking, what is missing, and what can be done, what could have been done, and what should be done in the upcoming times or in the future. Now, this is a basic structure of a review paper or a good review paper. If we follow this, it is considered to be a good review paper. Now, again, coming back to actual research work that we are going to carry out. After reviewing, since we have identified the gaps, now we need to work on fulfilling those gaps and improving on the lacunas, if any, or improving on the methods or processes of the earlier works that were carried out. See, most of the times what we see nowadays is like research means one person is doing one thing in one particular and the same thing in the other population. Fine, this is okay, this is good. But what is the improvement? What is new? What new have you done? See, population-wise variation studies they are fine, but what new you are adding to the existing knowledge? So this we need to think really well. Now, next thing is the applicability in the real life. Now, see, most of the research that is carried out, that is okay, that is very strong scientifically. But when we talk about forensic science, we need to understand that the research has to be carried out at the ground level. The research or the output of the research should be beneficial to the ground force or to the actual field force that is working on the field. Do you agree with it or not? Yes, I think most of you would agree. See, even if we do fancy research, but if it is not applicable on the actual scene of crime, if it is not going to be used by police officer or an investigating officer, then it holds quite less value in actual real life scenarios. So we should we should focus on working on such problems that are more relevant to the current situation or the current context. Okay. Now, another important aspect is, probability. Now, probability is one such thing that is always there. And the probability and uncertainty are two such things actually that are always there in research or in anything that we do. Now, in the Indian context, earlier probability was not given too much weightage, but nowadays we are also learning, we are also adapting, we are also improvising ourselves, and we have started using probability and we have started using such techniques and methods so as to reduce uncertainty to increase our accuracy of the results. All right, so this also needs to be taken care of. This also needs to be understood. Now, uncertainty can also be termed as variabilities. Variability is also a type of uncertainty only. Now, how variability is important? What is the effect of variability? This I'll tell you with an example of one of my own research paper. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Now, another important thing that we should remember nowadays is the selection of the journal. See, if we are going to publish our research, we should know, we should understand what type of journal is going to publish such article. If not, then we should search for those particular types of journals wherein our articles are most relevant, and the articles would receive maximum coverage. Maximum coverage means the readers of that journal must be, able to access your article, access your work, and this will increase your visibility on the scientific platform. This would ultimately result in, benefiting you and your organization where you are working, your university, your institute, your college. Because if your work is visible, if you have selected good journal, your work will get high visibility. If your work is visible across the globe, more and more people would be, following your work. More and more people would be joining your work, and you will receive good number of citations. Okay, so that way again selection of journal is very important. Now collaboration is another important aspect that has been missing from our field for quite some time now, because we are hesitant to collaborate. We are hesitant to collaborate with the other researchers in the field. We are hesitant to collaborate with the other experts in the field. I don't know exactly the reason why, but at times the reason may be that people may feel that why I'm self-sufficient, I'm sufficient enough, I'm sufficient enough to work on this particular topic, and I don't need anyone's help. But that should not be the case actually. Okay, collaborations are very important as it brings different experts from different fields together, and we can utilize their expertise in our work. Okay, so having collaborations is also an important thing in when specifically and especially when we are talking about interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary research. All right, now output. If we are able to follow all these things, if we are able to understand this, and if we are able to inculcate all this into our research, then the output that we get would be amazing, would be tremendous. See, all these things that I'm telling you, these are not just words. These all things I'm talking based on my experience, my own experience. I started doing research in say 2011. As soon as I joined as an assistant professor at my present institute, Government Institute of Forensic Science, Nagpur, I started, doing something. I started with some simple papers, and they were published in some simple Indian journals. At first, I didn't know the importance of, indexed journals and indexing and all. All these things were not known to me. So I took some time. I tried to understand what goes on and what different things are there. What are the different indexing services? What is Scopus? What is PubMed? What is Medline? Etc. What is SCI? So all these things were not known to me earlier. So in my earlier days, in the earlier days of my career, I have published researches in Indian journals, and that were not indexed in anywhere, and they claimed to be international. They had that name international in their name. So as any one of us would have, I also had the same feeling, and I also published in those journals. But it is not wrong to publish in those journals unless they are following the scientific norms. If they are getting your articles reviewed properly and they are following the peer review process, then it is fine to publish in these as well. But again, these journals will not give you so much visibility because they will remain lost in the crowd. But if you once you start publishing in good journals, you get high visibility, and your citation increases like anything. Now I don't know whether you are aware of it or not, but most of you would know of Google Scholar, right? Google Scholar, nowadays is becoming very popular. it has indexing service. It is the indexing service of Google, wherein all the different articles that are published are indexed. So it also maintains the record of the number of citations that you have received for your papers. It identifies your email address, your name, and it automatically adds your papers to your profile. Also, it gives you an option to add your own papers that are not there online. You can add them to your profile, and it tracks the number of papers that are citing your research. So it tracks the number of citations. So now I'll show you very briefly my own research profile and some of the papers, some of the important papers that I feel were a good example of multidisciplinary research, and where I have inculcated all these fine points that I have just mentioned. So this is my Google Scholar profile. Now, if you don't know about it, you should research about H index and I10 index. Okay, I10 index means at least these many papers. Means if I10 index is 19, this means at least 19 of my papers have at least 10 citations each. H index 16 means at least 16 of my papers have minimum 16 citations. Okay, and these are my total citations till date. Now, this is one of my earliest papers of me and Niti madam, and we have done this work. Now we have done this work, so people would say that okay, it is again, we know ridge density, how it is calculated and all, we know it. But earlier, what we identified was there was a small gap in the earlier works or earlier researches. What was the gap? The gap was the ridge density was being measured from the fingerprints at any random places. The position was mostly not fixed. So if the position is not fixed, then we come back to our term that I was going to talk to you about, uncertainty or probability, and then specifically in that, variability. Now, variability would increase. If you don't have fixed area, if you don't know the fixed point where you have taken the ridge density from, if you are not able to identify it once again, then what will happen? If you do, you take the measurements again, then there will be difference. If someone else takes the measurements, then again there will be difference. So there would be inter-observer and intra-observer variability. So for us, it is important to avoid inter-observer variabilities by what can go wrong. Okay, we can narrow down the variations, we can narrow down the uncertainty to solidify our results. See, this was what we did from the core. We measured 5 millimeter, and then on the both on the left and the right side, we measured the ridge density. So this point is fixed. If we get the core, if we place this point or the center, the core in on this particular point, and then we measure the ridge density, so each time we'll get the same result. So the inter-observer and intra-observer variability was very less or negligible in this particular condition. And also quite a few stats and statistical tools were used in this particular work. So it was a good learning point for us. Then again, now lip print, distribution of lip print, and the 6 differences in the stability. So again, this paper was also published in a good journal. It's of Elsevier, Saudi Journal of Biological Sciences. Nowadays, it has approximately an impact factor of 2.5 or 3 something. So again, this was used herein. See, when we talk about lip prints, the most of the methods that we were using lipstick on the subjects. Then again, there are many issues. There were many issues like the repeatability of the results, repeatability of the findings was there. Why? Because when we apply lipstick, okay, to fill the grooves that are present on our lips. First thing. Second thing, to apply the lipstick, we tend to, pout. We tend to pout, right? and that again creates some false characteristics of lip prints, and that again is going to be difficult for us to identify in actual scenario. So what we did was we used digital photography or photography for getting these lip prints. So in that condition, the lips were in the natural position or natural condition. There was no pouting, and there were good results, and it was published after quite some time in this journal. Now this is a recent work. Now when we talk about multidisciplinary research, we also need to understand that as a forensic expert or as a forensic scientist, we also need to think of socially relevant topics. So now this is one such topic that was socially relevant. We use different food products like jalebi, laddu, etc. And they may have some adulterants present in them. So synthetic food color maternal yellow was detected in this work by using different instruments and different methods. And this was also published in a journal by Springer, that is JPC, Journal of Planar Chromatography, Modern TLC. Next, this is a topic that is very important, that is forensic DNA evidence from crime scene to conviction. So in this, this is a chapter in a edited book wherein we have mentioned that what are the different steps that should be taken to avoid, contamination and cross contamination, while throwing some light on the critical aspects of forensic DNA. What can be done, what should be done, how the chain of custody should be maintained, what should be done from the point of lifting the evidence from the scene of crime till the time the evidence is presented in the court of law. So all this is covered in this particular chapter. Now this is a very high point in my career, because this is one paper that is totally interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, and it was published in the very prestigious journal, The Lancet. It has an impact factor of 60 plus. So those of you who know would understand the importance of this kind of papers in our. So it's a high point in my career to have published in such an internationally reputed and globally well-renowned journal. Now talking about the output, total till now from my team or my 6 chapters that published and 8 are in process. Actually, they are finalized, but they are undergoing review process and revisions, and some are in press. Okay, total 42 research papers, research and review papers we have published. 2 books, edited books are in process. We have delivered over 180 plus invited talks and workshops to different colleges, institutes, universities, and to police officers. The areas that we focus on, again, you can see the variety here: crime scene investigation, prints, latent prints, fingerprints, palm prints, footprints, forensic anthropology, forensic dermatoglyphics, food forensics, forensic toxicology, epidemiology, forensic nanotechnology, biosensors, DNA forensics, etc. So I think I have exceeded my time by 2-3 minutes, but given the fact that we started a bit late, so I think this should be fine. And I would like to say in the end that success is not final. In the words of Winston Churchill, success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. So we have continued despite of all the drawbacks and all the busy schedules and all the problems that we face in our life. We have continued and we have got good results. We have publications in different reputed journals such as Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine, Forensic Science Research, then Egyptian Journal of Forensic Sciences, the Lancet, the Nature Medicine, etc. So I wish you all the best. I wish that you should not be limited by your failures, and you should keep your courage, and you should continue. fight hard, stay strong, and work towards achieving your goals. Let people not dictate terms for you. Let you be the leader and you lead from the front. Thank you. That's it from my end. And also, I'd like to mention that my institute, that is Government Institute of Forensic Science, Nagpur, is the only forensic science institute in India to be ranked in the 101 to 150 rank band in colleges category in the prestigious NIRF 2020 rankings. So I'm again proud to be associated with this institute, and it has been a privilege speaking at this Forensic Agora for the Galgotias University. Thank you once again to the organizers, to the whole team, and especially to Winnie Madam for inviting me to deliver this talk on this very important topic, that is interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary research in forensic science. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request our participants to please raise their hands if they have any queries for Ashish sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Participants, if you have any question, then please raise your hand and we will be picking you up. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Okay, I think there is no query from the participants, so we can move on to as per the schedule.
All right. Thank you, Aditya. Then moving on, I would now like to request Ms. Neha Yadav to please present the virtual salutation to Dr. Ashish Bhatia.
Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and sharing your knowledge about the interdisciplinary research in forensic science. Thank you so much. Now, sir, I would like to request you to kindly accept the gratitude.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude day one of the faculty development program. Hope you have gained some insights on the topics presented today by our marvelous speakers. I would like to extend my gratitude for each and everyone who tuned in today. And don't worry, we still have 4 days of unlimited knowledge and awe-inspiring topics lined up for you. Until then, please stay safe and take care. So one more announcement, the feedback form has been shared in the chat box. Thank you so much.
All the participants are requested to fill out the feedback form. The link has already been shared in the chat box.